Bruce, you must have something really good too.
Of course I do. It's Bruce Danielson, and I guess I'm here to entertain you too.
All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our Sioux Falls City Council meeting for Tuesday, November 5th. Thank you all for being here, and those of you joining us online. Clerk, we'll get started and read our roll, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Here.
Sale.
Here.
Starr. Here. Staley.
Here.
Brecky.
Here.
Erickson.
Here.
Kiley.
Here.
Neitzert.
Here. All right, here to lead our invocation tonight is Pastor Cal Hogendorn. Cal is with First Christian Reformed Church in Sioux Falls, so I'd ask that you rise for that and stay standing for our Pledge of Allegiance to immediately follow.
Let's join together in prayer. Good God and Father, we thank you for the privilege of meeting tonight in this council meeting. We give you thanks for the gifts you give, for a civil, safe, and just society rooted in mutual trust and respect, for a government appointed by you to pursue those ends, and for our local government who diligently leads and guides each one of us as citizens. We ask that you will grant wisdom to this body, to Meriton Haken, to the council members, Marshall Selberg, Kurt Sale, Pat Starr, Teresa Staley, Janet Brecky, Kristen Erickson, Rick Kiley, and Greg Neitzert, and for all the servants of this fine and fair city. We pray for wisdom, discernment, collaboration, dedication, and creativity in their role of leadership. And give to all of us as leaders and citizens of this city the joy and the privilege to serve one another well. We pray all these things in the good and beautiful name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hi.
All right, before we get on to business, Russ, you have the floor briefly here, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Russ Sorensen with the City Planning Office. Tonight is an opportunity to recognize the graduates of the 2019 Citizen Planning Academy. This is our third annual Citizen Planning Academy. And we had 28 persons who applied and participated in both sessions and have received graduation certificates. We invited the graduates before you this evening so that they could be recognized. A brief description on the Citizen Planning Academy is that it's an educational program accessible to any Sioux Falls resident or who's interested in learning about the role planning plays in building our community. The goal of the Citizen Planning Academy is to empower citizens, simply, to achieve a better understanding of our processes so that they can effectively engage in the planning efforts both in their neighborhoods and in our city. The Citizen Planning Academy encourages citizen participation and the empowerment to achieve a better understanding of community planning and become engaged citizen planners and community builders. It also provides public awareness in our city that October is the National Planning Month in our country. We had two sessions in October. The first session was the basics of city planning. We covered the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance. And then on the second session, later in the month, we went beyond the basics and looked at hardcore cases of our planning in our city. We had very good positive feedback on our topics, on the presenters, and on the comprehensive plan, the zoning, and the transportation and neighborhoods. We also did a high school case study that seemed to a lot of engagement of our participants. We also noted too in our survey that 100% of the citizens that participated in this year's academy said that they would recommend it to another family member or neighbor or to anyone else in the community. And they'd also be interested in participating in future advanced level planning classes as well. There's a photograph of our graduates. We've invited some of them here. Not all of them could make it, but at this time, I'd like to thank the mayor, the 2019 graduates, and the city council for your support. Our Director of Planning and Development Services, Jeff Eckhoff, my colleagues Sam Trebillicock, Shauna Goldhammer, Jeff Schmidt. And at this time, would you please indulge me as far as I'd like to request the 2019 graduates of the Citizen Planning Academy to stand that are here this evening.
All right. All right.
And would you recognize them with a round of applause? Thank you, Mayor.
All right,
for your
thank you,
support.
Russ. Great program. Appreciate you guys being here to be recognized. Thanks for participating in that. Before we move on to our consent agenda, just want to remind everybody that Monday is Veterans Day. So we have the POW MIA flag here. Day intended to honor and thank veterans. So before we get going with our meeting, we'd just like to have any veterans that we have in the room. Would you please stand up and be recognized? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Be sure to thank a veteran on Monday when you see them. So, all right, we'll move on to item 5, which is our consent agenda, and look for any changes or motions on that.
Mr. Mayor?
Counselor Starr.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull items number 1, 33, 34, and 35. From the,
From contracts?
yes, from the contracts. I know people get confused because I don't think contracts are attached to their
Got it.
agendas, but.
All right. Any other changes or items to pull? All right, then we'll take a vote on the consent agenda, please.
Is there a motion?
Oh, I guess, sorry, I
move
need
to
a motion
approve.
first.
Move to approve the consent agenda minus the items that were requested to be pulled.
Second, Kylie?
All right, seconded by Kylie on that. Now we'll take a vote, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. And we'll move on to our regular agenda.
Move to approve Erickson.
Second, Kylie?
Okay, motion approved by Erickson, seconded by Kylie.
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a motion to amend the regular agenda by moving item 78 to follow item 65.
All right, have a second on that?
Second?
Seconded by Kylie on that. Can we take a vote on that, please?
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. We're back at the amended motion now. Any other changes, council? Then we'll take a vote on that, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. We're at the general public input portion of our agenda for tonight. As a reminder, input during this portion will last no more than 3 minutes per person, and in total lasts no more than 30 minutes. During general public input, the public is welcome to speak on any topic that does not appear later on in the agenda. For regular agenda items following general public input, comments are limited to 3 minutes unless the item is being presented for final adoption, in which case public input is limited to 5 minutes. For all regular agenda items, comments are limited to the agenda item under consideration only. And at this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public forward for general public input. Clerk, please note our time is 7:09. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor. I'm James Reed. Haven't seen y'all in a long time. Anyway, things are better now, looking up. We did get an apartment, finally. It's pretty nice, actually. Really, like half the price that we were paying at the Rushmore. And which to help with the community outreach and the county, which, you know, was really, I'm really grateful for. And I really appreciate it. It's a quiet neighborhood, and it actually freaks me out because I've never been in a quiet neighborhood before. I mean, total quiet. And I want to appreciate you guys all you do, okay? Thanks.
All right, thanks, James. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Heather Pastor. Before I say what I need to say, I want to start out by showing you guys this bruise that I have on me. I have, actually, I got bruises all over my body. This is what happened to me when I went to Resurrection Church on Sunday. I was sitting down and I was filling out a prayer request, and this guy kept on coming at me aggressive every 2 seconds, barking out orders for me to go up to the pier. James tried telling these people that you don't approach my girl like that because you guys were warned before that she doesn't like when people come at her aggressive. Next thing I know, I get snatched out of my chair, and 7 people were pulling, grabbing, pitching, and clawing me. I actually managed to get out of there, and then I called the cops. When the cops went back to the church said that I was lucky I didn't go to jail when they grabbed me up. I've showed this pamphlet to you guys before. This is one of the pamphlets that I actually made a copy of this for the pastor at the church, and the pastor and the wife is all aware that I'm not supposed to be approached in a certain way because I try to avoid this type of stuff. It speaks about, speak to me with respect, personal space is important to me. I'll tell you if I'm uncomfortable. It also speaks about my voice. I have a voice that carries. So sometimes it may be misinterpreted as I'm being aggressive when I'm not. A better note of things, me and my fiance did get a place. Community outreach, county helped us, which I'm extremely grateful for. I just think that people with abilities, especially if a person knows ahead of time they're not supposed to come at a person, you're not supposed to do that to people. That's not right. You know, I mean, seriously, look at this. And I got this all over my body. I got pictures of my phone, and I'm not happy right now with, as far as what they did to me, but they don't want me to come to their church, that's fine. But they don't need to be putting their hands on me. That's not the way of God. I hope everybody's safe and be warm. God bless.
All right, thank you, Heather. Anyone else this evening? Good evening.
Tim Stanga, it's glad to be back. Nobody can hear you back there because nothing's working. They can't hear you. Everybody's sitting back here. What is everybody saying? So can we get something done on the vocals here so everybody can hear the meeting? Nobody can hear it.
Okay. Are the mics not working?
Nothing's working. It's not very loud. Nothing.
It's not.
we know that Mrs. Erickson sings. I've heard her. So what we're doing is singing patriotic songs, singing some oldies, singing some folk songs. It's being represented by Jonathan Niederheiser directing the USF orchestra. And Teresa, are you going to do some playing, some piano playing? She's more the organizer anyway. Starting off with Mogan's Heroes. Well, we just celebrated our 41st anniversary of playing, and that's a lot of fun. Then Bruce Nas represented the Singing Legionnaires. Al Stanga directs them, and they've won national awards. So what we want you to do is come to Z Hall, which is the Science Center at USF, 4 o'clock this Sunday. And it'll be a sing-along. Very, very few people just sitting back and listening to somebody. We want to encourage everybody to sing. I've been a lifelong music teacher, as Teresa has, and El Stanga has, and so we're just excited about having you there. This Sunday, it's free.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening.
Greetings. I'm David Sokaitis, and a couple hours ago, I was at the courthouse, U.S. District Court, and I dropped off a case description, a legal brief. And I thought that people here would be interested, so that's tonight's talk. Now, I think people in general should be nice to each other, and police in particular should respect laws and other people. When that doesn't happen, it's got to be a way to put things back together. So I've tried talking to police about problems and reporting things here and there and everywhere, but it just hasn't worked for me whatsoever. So I'm trying something different, and that's a lawsuit in the U.S. District Court. So the scene of the incident was along the bike trail right over there. I was biking around one Sunday afternoon and saw a lot of crap. So I came back, cleaned it up, me and a shovel, like exercise. Well, and 4 police officers came by and gave me a terribly hard time. Supposedly I disobeyed traffic barricades, but there's like 4 significant problems on this particular citation, and there they are. All right, but if you give people a bogus citation, that's detaining somebody in violation of Terry versus Ohio, and there's a variety of civil rights problems associated with that. Okay, so here's the barricades that I supposedly disobeyed. Hard to see them. Where are they? There they are, way the heck off to the side of the road. Hard to say that I was disobeying those particular barricades. But that's the citation. All right, so I hate to, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but just for reference, that's what barricades look like when they're really blocking a road. All right, here's email from Director Kearney. Park's open. All right. City lawyer got some information. He canceled the citation. Now, when the city lawyer volunteers to cancel a citation, you can rest assured it's pretty bogus. All right. So there's some issues with police culture that we need to change. A lot of problems there. There's some emotional trauma that I was subjected to. Here's the relief I'm asking for, mostly accountability. And try to enjoy life because it makes everybody happier.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Evening. My name is Christopher the Living Man of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Sorry I've been MIA for a while, but you know, jail happens. I'm here today for the same reason I've always been here, the 5G network. But this time, 5G is imminent. The 5G network will be turned on for real in Sioux Falls by the end of this year. probably by the end of this month. From last June until now, they kept me quiet. Now, of course, it's too late. 5G is here. You know, a year or so ago, I predicted that 5G D-Day was to be on December 7th of this year. I managed to get the date almost exactly right. The original commercial on date for 5G in this country was originally set somewhere in 2020, but they were pushing hard to move that date up, and I knew the telecoms and others would get their way. It's important to note that it's not just Sioux Falls that will turn on 5G this month. 20 more cities will be turned on as well. You're under the impression that 5G is already running in certain places like Minneapolis and Chicago, but it isn't. Oh, sure, it's been tested. In one of those tests in Charlotte, North Carolina, over 300 birds ran right into the NASCAR Hall of Fame building. 100 plus died. All of them were stunned, according to doctors. By the way, in the story about this that was run in the media in Charlotte, there were over 10 reasons given as to why birds might run into buildings and commit birdicide. Upon reading just some of the reasons and knowing that microwaves screw up a bird's guidance systems, it's easy to see what the news was trying to steer people away from the possibility that 5G did indeed cause this. I then found another news article quoting Verizon that listed Charlotte, North Carolina as one of the first 20 cities in the U.S. to test and run 5G citywide. The mayor and his council have done a real fine job sneaking all of this in without talking about it with the majority of the citizens, and an equally fine job avoiding questions we have about safety of 5G. I asked the city for proof of 5G safety, and they gave me nothing and charged me for it. My bad. I'm going to use the last minute I have to call out this mayor. I challenge him to bring Verizon, the FCC, Senator Thune, and all the data he has and his alleged tech knowledge to a forum where we have more than 3 minutes to speak. I personally challenge this mayor to a public safety debate, preferably before we turn this on. By the way, this debate will not happen, and the challenge will never be answered because there is no safety data, because this is not safe. For anyone who wants it, I have a full 30 pages of information complete with links to videos, data, articles, websites, independent studies, and more that all prove that this network is bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Come forward, please, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Marinell, lifelong resident, and I have residence over there on the Hilltop area by Cleveland Elementary. And the issue I'm bringing forward to you is panhandling. It's gotten really bad in the last year and a half. I also have a job where I travel around Sioux Falls quite a bit and outside of Sioux Falls. And you see it at the Flying J. Recently, I'm starting to see them on 229 in South Minnesota. I get off work, 10th Street. Now they're, a lot of days they're sitting on both sides, north and southbound lanes, holding up their signs panhandling. Go to Airhead Parkway. They're on both sides of the Walmart lot where the strip plazas are at. And Flying J, I mean, it's all over. 41st Street exit on I-29. And I talked to a police officer about it, just curious, I'm not trying to be judgmental. People have hard times. You may see somebody holding up a gas, at the Flying J. You don't see them again. I get that. Maybe they're trying to get home or get to a new job. But it's getting pretty bad, and I know our ordinance is pretty lax on enforcing it. Police officer physically has to see them step into the roadway in order to be in violation, to receive money. The other issue is, I was told it's part of the interstate system, so that'd be at the state level on these exits. So I'm wondering if you guys as a city council can look into trying to curb this, because it's not gonna do Sioux Falls any good down the road when it comes to events and tournaments and stuff like that. It's in my opinion, it's getting horrible. So there's a lot of people out there that work 2 jobs, et cetera. So
thank you, Jeff. Thanks. All right, anyone else this evening? Good evening.
Hi, Steven Ciano. I didn't have anything prepared, but seeing as how somebody brought up about the 5G, I was just thinking about Dr. Robert S. Mendelsohn. I mentioned him before. He wrote Confessions of a Medical Heretic. and how to raise a healthy child in spite of your doctor, among other things, warning of dangers of what we take for granted, what we accept as institutional license to run our lives, and we seem to worship them as opposed to any belief, as we claim, to a higher power. And I remind you that a favorite philosopher of mine says such things as, you can't serve two masters. It is your job to serve the public, not big business, not Verizon, not big medicine. And when we disabled people, myself and others, are injured or threatened by professionals, somebody should be available, and nobody has been in many years, and nobody in the city, human relations or whatever, has assisted. There is, the VA would have killed me if I had not been able to manage to survive when they deliberately cut off my, they deliberately cut off what I needed to survive. They had the control, and nobody would review it. We need some kind of oversight, and we need some kind of oversight over this body as well. And I'd like any of you to be the first to speak up and say, yes, this is what I propose, that we do hold ourselves accountable to the public. And everything needs to be transparent, as our mayor here ran on a platform of for his mayoral candidacy. Transparency. Well, I have asked that certain papers that I have presented and my information to the Human Relations Office of the city here has been just covered up, and the public has a right to know what's going on truly. So you can't be deceitful and expect to be serving the public. That is a conspiracy, that is racketeering, the sedition, and arguably treasonous. And I mentioned misprision. And certainly our attorneys in presence here know of what I speak, the legalities. I assume the rest of you do too. After all, I'm not a professional in that field.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, anyone else this evening? Come forward, please.
Good evening. My name is Firas Direni. First, excuse my accent. If any word you didn't understand, let me know, I can repeat it. I am a mini landlord. I have some rental properties, and I manage them and maintain them myself. I want to talk about the city ordinance regarding multifamily homes. If you own a single family home, you can do anything you want in your own home yourself. Like you can replace a water heater, air conditioner, furnace, anything, you can do it yourself. But when it comes to a multifamily home, the city ordinance says I have to hire a professional to do those work. So what that means is, for example, like water heater. If I install water heater myself, it costs me $500, $600. But if I hire a plumber, professional company to install it, it's $2,000 project. Air conditioner, for example, new air conditioner I just installed this summer, it cost actually $1,500 for the unit itself, and I'm so more than capable of installing it myself, but I end up paying $3,500 to install it. Boiler as an example, it's $2,500 to purchase and install a new boiler. Hiring one of those big companies to do it, it's around $7,000 project. So what I mean here is the city ordinance, when you enforce those rules on me, actually after paying my mortgage, my property tax, insurance, all of those, I get the crumbs, nothing left for profit for me. So I have to pass those costs onto my tenants. So you guys, your ordinance are contributing to unaffordable housing in town. And those tenants, when I raise their rent, couple $100 just to break even, I can show you my taxes. Actually, I'm not making a profit out of it. This business for the short term, there's no profit of it. But on the long term, after paying your mortgage, yes, there is a profit. So now if I want to pass those costs into my tenants will come back to the city or go to the county, go to the DSS and ask for help. So at the end, you guys are the one that, or actually the taxpayer are the one who's paying those money. Just last minute here, when I pay $7,000 to a big company to install a boiler, that I can install it in $2,500 myself, there's like those $4,500, the poor plumber that works, that actually do the work, he gets $25 an hour. So he gets $150, couple $100 to do his job. But the $4,300, they go to the big boss that doesn't need the money. And then the tenants, the poor tenant have to pay it. So I wish that you guys consider your ordinance, ease your ordinance a little bit. It goes back, the benefits goes back to the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Hey, can I ask one question? Can you get with Jeff Eckhoff? Jeff, can you maybe just connect with this guy in the lobby and right there? And we'll talk to you on this. So, yeah, thanks. Anyone else this evening for public input? All right, we'll move on to our pulled items from the consent agenda.
Yes, there are 4 pulled items. Sub-item 1 to item 7 is from the Department of Finance, independent contractor agreement. The vendor is the Spyglass Group, LLC, in the amount of 50% of any gross recovery. Sub-item 33 from Finance, Bond Counsel Services. The vendor is Perkins Coie. The amount is to establish pricing. Item 34 from Parks and Recreation, River Greenway Improvements, amendment to River Greenway Improvements to complete Clomar for River Greenway Master Plan. Vendor is Confluence in the amount of $203,679. And 35, Fire Rescue Public Safety Training Facility, AIA agreement for schematic design, William Spurgeon Cool and Fresh Knock Architects, Incorporated, $369,075.
All right, Councilor Starr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sub-item number 1 under the contracts and agreements. The only thing I wanted to say, I didn't need anyone to speak on this. I didn't get it pulled by the deadline. I want to thank Director Pritchard for sending a nice email to the entire council explaining this item for us. We all have now the same information, and we can move forward with this one as far as that answered my questions. So,
okay, you want to make a motion on that one?
I would. Do we do public input first?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you want to do all these together, or do you want to do them individually?
I'd probably do them individually because I think I have more to say on the other ones.
All right, we'll ask for, is there anyone who wants to speak to this item? All right, then would you like to make a motion?
No, I would move to approve sub-item number 1.
Second.
Okay.
Erickson.
Seconded by Councilor Erickson. Any other discussion on it? We'll take a vote on that, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley. Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Next 3, 33, 34, 35.
Sure. Item number 30, sub-item number 33, if I could, Mr. Mayor. I'm good with, we've got a great presentation this afternoon, and if you don't mind, if the council doesn't mind, I'd include 33 and 34 and 35 together as one item.
Okay.
Speed it up, that way if there is any public input. We did get a great presentation from Parks and Rec this afternoon, and John from Confluence, and it really answered our questions, or at least answered my questions of what the project is, and we're moving forward on these 3 items, so that's as much as I need.
All right. Anyone from the public want to speak on any of those 3 pulled items? All right. Do we have a motion to approve these 3 collectively then?
I would move to approve sub-items 33 through 35.
Second.
All right. Motion by Starr, seconded by Kylie on that. Any other discussion? Take a vote on those, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right. Those 3 collectively pass 8-0. We're on to our next item.
Item 55, new 2019-20 retail malt beverage South Dakota farm wine license and 2019 retail wine and cider license for Papa Woody's Wood-Fired Grill and Pizza Incorporated, 421 North Phillips Avenue, Suite 119, CUP not required, pending final inspections per building services. Item 56, new 2019 retail liquor license for Quan Holdings LLC 2, Crown Casino East 2, 2417 East 10th Street, Suite A with conditional use permit 8109-2018, being approved on March 7, 2018. Item 57, request to include video lottery terminals with the new 2019 retail liquor license for Quan Holdings LLC 2, Crown Casino East 2, 2417 East 10th Street, Suite A, with conditional use permit 8109-2018, being approved on March 7, 2018. Item 58, new 2019-20 retail malt beverage South Dakota farm wine license and 2019 retail wine and cider license for Commonwealth Gaming and Holdings Company, Incorporated, Deuces Casino, 10.5-453 West 69th Street, Suite 1, with conditional use permit 11073-2019, being approved on October 2nd, 2019, pending permit issuance and final inspections per building services. Item 59, request to include video lottery terminals with new 2019-20 retail malt beverage South Dakota farm wine license for Commonwealth Gaming and Holdings Company, Incorporated, Deuces Casino, 10.5-453 West 69th Street, Suite 1, with conditional use permit 11073-2019, being approved on October 2nd, 2019, pending permit issuance and final inspections per building services. Item 60, transfer of 2019 retail liquor license, including video lottery terminals, from Mimro Enterprises Incorporated, Alpine, 212 South Snevy Avenue, to MG Oil Company, Alpine Sports Bar and Casino, 212 South Snevy Avenue. Item 61, special one-day malt beverage and special one-day wine licenses for El Riyadh Shriners to be operated at the History Club, 758 South Phillips Avenue, for a luncheon on November 9th, 2019. Item 62, special one-day malt beverage and special one-day wine licenses for Catering America to be operated at Sanford House Legacy Hall, 2335 East 60th Street North, for a dinner on November 9th, 2019. Item 63, special one-day malt beverage and special one-day wine licenses for Catering America to be operated at Poet, 4615 North Lewis Avenue, for a social on November 12, 2019. Item 64, special one-day wine license for Wine Time on Main LLC to be operated at Dalrymple Village, 1301 West Dalrymple Street, for special events on November 19th and 21st, 2019.
Hi, Jamie.
Jamie Palmer with licensing. I would be happy to answer any questions you have for items 55 through 64.
All right, thank you. Anyone from the public here to speak on any of these topics tonight? Counselors, do you have any questions for Jamie on any of these items?
Approve, Erickson.
Second, Kylie.
Sorry, Rick, I'm going to give it to Marshall. Motion by Erickson, seconded by Selberg. Any discussion, council? All right, we'll take a vote, please.
Council member Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
Kylie?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Is the audio gotten better in here? Is it better? Okay, good. We'll move on to our next item then.
Item 65, second reading. An ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, rezoning property located at the northwest corner of West 34th Street North and North Career Avenue from the RD1 Twin Home Duplex Residential Suburban and O Office Districts to the RD1 Twin Home Duplex Residential Suburban, RD2 Townhome Residential, Suburban RA2 Apartment Residential, Moderate Density, RA3 Apartment Residential High Density, O Office and CN Conservation Districts, number 10951-2019, and amending the official zoning map of the City of Sioux Falls. The Planning Commission recommends approval 4-0.
Hey, Jason.
Good evening. Jason Bieber representing Planning and Development Services. This is an application and the owner is Mike Crane with Lloyd Companies. It's located at the northwest corner of West 34th Street North and North Career Avenue. It's about 23.5 acres in size. The purpose of this rezoning is the applicant is looking at constructing an apartment complex in the northeast corner of this site, and then a future single family and twin home development with the rest of the acreage. City staff did meet on site with the neighbors on Friday, November 1st, really walked the site in their backyards and really got an idea of their major concerns. Andy Berg with Drainage Engineering was there and also offered some short-term hopeful fixes for part of the drainage issues back there, and then really also come up with some long-term plans in the years down the line when this thing would be completely cleaned out and that kind of an issue. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Jason. Anyone from the public here to speak on this topic tonight?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
David Watts again, 3108 North Galaxy Lane. So yes, Andy and his staff did come out, really appreciative for that. Thank you, Councilman Nesser, for helping to facilitate all that. They were kind of surprised there were some issues there that, wow, it is really wet back here a lot of the time. And we do have some short-term plans. Today we dropped off an ice backhoe. I was going to ask Andy, did you leave me the keys for that so I could fix the rest of that when you're not around? Just kind of wondered. Otherwise, I saw some updated plans, and looks like they're going to deal with some of the water at 35th, which we've talked about in advance in the final design. It's coming along. I still think there's concern with south of 34th Street. That whole mess, as I addressed it with personnel from the city, that, you know, that road, they're going to take a little look at it. It looks a little interesting. Then we pointed out some other issues downstream that when we were walking around that we saw it needed attention. But like I said, Andy's got a list of those, and I have confidence that him and his staff will follow through with that and move forward. The only concern, you know, is we're developing all this other stuff around us at a record pace, and then there's still land to the north that can be developed, that we really get these studies done and maybe temper that process with restoration or repair of the drainage way, or expansion if needed, you know, as the professionals decide that needs to be done. There is issues. They've seen issues. There's a lot of trees that need to come out that have, you know, old growth in there and been there for a while. I just asked it before we go forward, you know, may all those things take in consideration, that the council realizes a responsibility to continue follow up and make sure we just don't forget about it. Oh, well, we got past this. It's permitted. It's done. That's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Anyone else here to speak on this topic? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is David Christensen. I live at 5000 West 35th Street North, just across the street on Galaxy Avenue from the western boundary where this rezoning and proposed development is to take place. In my backyard, and by the way, I have a corner lot. In my backyard, there's a large drainage easement. And unlike on the other side of the street, the people on our block own that land and are responsible for maintaining it. And we do. And it's open all the way to Marion Avenue. On the east side of Galaxy Lane, the drainage is owned by the city, and it is woolly, unmaintained. I've lived there since 2009. I've never seen any maintenance there. It's overgrown, 5 feet high, with brush, weeds. I believe there's some erosion from the water flow. The real problem is that when the proposed area gets flooded with water, as it has 3 times in the last couple of years, the water accumulates and it moves and it backs up into the drainage easement across Galaxy and clear up almost to Marion Road. The water doesn't drain until the big area has waters residing. Galaxy Lane also is the boundary for the 300-foot notice zone, and this is really what I want to talk about today. I live across the street. I didn't get a notice. If it hadn't been for the courtesy of my neighbors, I wouldn't know about this. Yet I have the water in my backyard. The bigger issue in that notice regard is that immediately to the south of 34th Street, I estimate there's 100 or more homes. They have probably received no notice at all because they're far beyond the 300 feet. Now, they mentioned the size of this area is 23 acres. The problem with water is it moves, and it moves south, and it goes to these homes. And if there is increased peril from water floods, they don't know about it. So I would urge the city to consider some changes to the way notices are provided. There are many ways to provide notice. I've been told that sending letters is very expensive, you know, and at 40 cents, 42 cents a letter, it probably is. But there's other ways to do notice. I have not seen a single sign in this area indicating that there was proposed rezoning and development. I believe there are supposed to be signs. So I would just ask the committee to do that. If there is a way they can have, you know, different size notice solutions for different size projects in this day and age should be possible. I want to thank the City Council for showing great interest in this issue at the meeting last month. As a result, the planning staff came out and they walked the ground with us and they worked with us. And I saw a backhoe there today dredging. This is good. Unfortunately, though, without the interest of the City Council, it wouldn't have happened. It could have happened months ago. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anyone else to speak on this topic? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Woolman. I used to own the property at 3300 North Galaxy Lane, across the street from the previous gentleman. The drainage ditch was directly north of our house, and during the 3.5 years that we owned it, we were unable to keep it mowed, as was the neighbor to the north of us. We did reach out to the city, let them know that there was standing water in there constantly. They did finally send out a backhoe, but it was probably 1/3 of the size of the one that is currently sitting there. No matter what we did, we could not keep it mowed because the cattails were 6 feet tall. There was also an issue where there was rocks to prevent erosion, and during the 3.5 years that we lived there, boulders this big literally sank 3 feet into the ground. There was also multiple instances of flooding the first spring that we lived there. We had heavy rains, heavy melts, and the water completely flooded like it's supposed to in the back, where it's supposed to back up. It took weeks for that water to drain out of that area, during which time part of our property was flooded. We lost some apple trees that we had planted. And even after we sold it, we're still in the neighborhood because our piano teacher lives there, and we continue to see the flooding that has happened. Also, during the 3.5 years that we lived there, there was at least 30 houses built in our neighborhood alone. That doesn't take into consideration the houses that were built north of Career, or the houses that were built over in Hazeltine that do affect all of our drainage. And I think that considering the drainage problems we had 4 years ago already, I can't imagine how many more issues they're going to have with this new proposed zoning. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Come forward, please, sir. Good evening.
Evening. My name is Robert Delahanty. I live at 3104 North Galaxy. Been here for 2 planning and zonings, last time here. So I guess we all pretty much know that this is going to go through. The only thing that I caution the city to, like what you're seeing up here now, the water study in that area was done in 2005. I've taken a map of the area there, and I've circled everything that wasn't there in 2005. I think it would be prudent on the part of the city to double think this, because just looking at that tells you how much development has went on. You've seen the pictures of the water. I've heard that apparently Lloyd Companies has also decided to put in a second retention pond. Yes, the city came out and we met with Andy and his team. Very happy that they are going to do something. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. But obviously there's a problem. Things don't keep changing on the plans. That's costing Lloyd Companies a great deal of money if they didn't realize there's a problem there too. The city needs to also realize there's a problem there. Obviously, to a certain extent, because yes, the equipment did arrive today. Very happy to see it. But again, take a look at this and tell me, in all fairness, that you can determine what's going to happen with an area after 14 years with all that wasn't there. And I might add, last note, most of that was circled was corn. That's what they were farming. Okay, Corn takes up a lot of water. What's there doesn't. That's why now, after 2.7 inches over 3 days, we wind up with the flood conditions behind my house that's equivalent to a 100-year flood. That is why. Don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. Might help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. Anyone else here to speak on this topic? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Josh Ketchum. I work for Norman Engineering. We're here on behalf of Lloyd Companies and the proposed development. Just wanted to touch on some of the comments regarding drainage and 34th Street North. Just this here a bit. So with the concerns of 34th Street North, our intent, this plan is a preliminary plan. We hadn't established any proposed grades at this point. We analyzed the site at a high level based on the existing contours and showed generalizations of direction of flow for where we intended the water to end up in a detention pond that we show in the center of the site there, excuse me. And so we intend to detain to the city requirements. We'll work closely with Andy and make sure that we're meeting those requirements as part of the 34th Street discussion. A portion of the lots, this lot located here and the lot located here, in some further analysis that we've done, we plan on draining those to the north into 35th Street North, be collected by a storm sewer system and conveyed to the pond that we show. And then the residential lots that abut 34th Street to the north, there will be a crowned lot as we would typically grade a residential lot, where half of the lot drains towards the street and half would drain towards a backyard drainage swale. So the portion of the lot that would drain to 34th Street, we looked at another intermediate pond on the west end of this site. We do have a portion of the southern end that we intend to drain to that intermediate pond and detain to the required release rates. And in doing so, we'll analyze what the flows are in the north side of 34th Street as a result of the improvements that we're making, and make sure that we can get those to that detention pond and control the release rates into the floodways so that we're not impacting any of the downstream flows beyond what the pre-developed condition and the city requirements require. So we have looked at this further based on some of the comments that the residents have presented us, and we intend to meet all the requirements and make sure that we're not impacting the downstream residents inadvertently. So.
All right, thanks, Josh. Anyone else here to speak on this topic tonight?
Steven Ciano. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I see that you have a water problem, and I'm wondering if anyone had the thought to put subterranean piping in to alleviate the groundwater level problem.
Thank you. Anyone else here to speak on this topic tonight? All right. Counselors, do you have questions for Jason on this, for starters? No questions for Jason? Well, then let's get a motion on the floor and move into some discussion.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, motion approved by Selberg and seconded by Sale. Move in any discussion, Council. Councilor Neitzer.
I just want to say I'm gratified that Andy Berg and Jason Bieber went out and met with the neighbors, heard their concerns, and they're doing what they can. Drainage is a really emotional and complicated issue at the same time, and I do want to say in defense of the drainage engineers and the drainage team, they have, I think over a couple hundred drainage ponds that they have to maintain, and so it's not a lack of care. It's a simple triage where they have to continually to monitor these and figure out which ones they have to work on. And I think this is something that maybe this is a new normal and people are concerned about it enough. I think we need to just ask Public Works, what do you need? Do you need more drainage engineers? Do you need more resources? Maybe we need to, citizens seem to be telling us this is a big issue that, maybe we do need to devote some more resources and accelerate our inspections or whatever we can do. I'm very open to that we could be looking at that. I was out there a few weeks ago, took a look at it. I've talked to some of the neighbors. I was gratified to see that Lloyd has dedicated 5 acres for conservation. They're putting their required detention actually not only on site, but not even in the 100-year floodplain. So they're detaining off of that. So there's that additional detention. And in the last year or so, we approved new regulations where now in the past, a development like this may not have had to have detained on site. They may have been able to just show that they could just drain, and now they have to detain on site. So they're being held to an even higher standard than they were even, maybe a year ago. So it is a complicated issue. Nobody can see the future. At some point, we have to put some faith into the experts and the engineers that Lloyd has hired. See what we can do as far as the maintenance goes, but it's a tough issue. And when you think about it, any development around the city of Sioux Falls, you're going to have this issue. Anytime you're changing farmland or undeveloped land into impervious surface, we have to figure out how we're going to detain. So we got to figure out, how it can work. So glad to see that there's people taking a look at it, and I trust that the engineers are gonna get this done, but I certainly understand the concern. Thank you.
Councilor Staley.
Well, first of all, I want to say that Mayor Tenhagen, I've been on the council for 3.5 years. He's been here for a little over a year. And I have noticed, since he's been in office and been at the helm, that there is a accelerated, energized level of responsiveness to citizens' concerns. And I'm very grateful that Councilor Neitzer took the time to go out and actually intervene on these people's behalf. And the word that comes to my mind is communication. If citizens don't communicate to us that there's a problem, then we can't advocate for you. It's kind of a chain effect. And we're all part of this. We hear from you. The mayor, he directs his staff. And like I said, I do think that Mayor Tenhagen has told his staff to be more open to helping the citizens, using their resources to reach out and help. Andy Berg, you have so much resting on your shoulders. We've seen these things come through. We are assuring citizens that drainage is going to be as it should be, and we do not want anyone to ever be hurt or damaged. And so the fact that you responded, and now we're seeing some activity happening. And by the way, thank you for standing up here and testifying. It's not easy. Sometimes I see people's hands shaking when they're up here. I'm amazed at how intimidating that is to stand over at that podium there. And I would, as citizens, I would say that every council member should have to go to a situation like this and stand in front of a body and speak, because it's a scary place to be. But you did it. Thank you. And don't think your actions didn't heed some kind of results. And accountability. So at the end of the day, if things don't work the way they should, you call me, call Councilor Neitzer, call any of us. Email us personally, because that's what we're supposed to be here. We're connectors to help you have a good result from the process. I also appreciate the gentleman who talked about the notification aspect. Back when I first got elected, we had a citizen named Matt Metzger who had a problem with annexation. He wasn't given the proper notification. His letter got lost in the mail that he was going to be annexed. And because of that one young man and his horrible experience, we developed this annexation task force, and the whole thing just kind of exploded. And so I think notification is so important, and if we have to spend 40 cents more on some stamps, let's do whatever it takes. But larger signage, I love it. I would say to the council, we have an election coming up next year. Who knows which one of us will still be here, but that's something that I think should be put on the docket for who's ever sitting in these seats to take a look at that and, maybe clarify that. And one more thing. I hope you all understand that when these issues come up, yours is time sensitive, but this thing about signage and we're going to do this beekeeping thing, these ordinances don't just happen overnight. They take months sometimes of talking and vetting and meeting with the city attorney. So just so citizens understand, when you have a concern that isn't coming in front of us as an agenda item, it does take time to vet that out and bring it to the forefront. So that's all I have to say. I wish you the best. I hope it all has a very, very happy ending.
Councilor Erickson.
Just one question. One of the statements that was brought up was that the last water study was done in 2005. What's our standard for water studies, and how often do we do them? Is it time to do another one?
We don't have a expiration date per se on those. They're done as problems occur and or as we feel they're outdated and possibly done with old technology. We have an internal goal of trying to have the entire city restudied in the next 10 to 15 years. So it's pretty aggressive because those studies are pretty extensive, cost a lot of money, but that is the goal, is we're trying to get them all updated with better modeling software, that type of thing. So we do not have any expiration date, like I said. It's simply just a matter of we either have a known problem where we don't feel we're meeting design standards, and those take precedent, and then if we have remaining dollars in our budget for additional study, we'll pick off some of those that are aging out.
But even though it's going to take a while, and I understand how expensive it is, it's not like you're sitting on your hands and not addressing issues as it happens, because you have your priority list of which ones need to be dredged and making some of those changes. But, I'd echo some of the statements of my colleagues that if Public Works needs help with getting this done, I mean, I've had a house that had water issues, and it is not fun. You don't even want to leave town because you don't know what you're going to come back to and hope that your neighbor can check it out. And it's scary. It is. And so whatever we can do to put those minds at ease is important, I think. So thank you.
All right, we got a motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion amongst council on this one? I'm going to call for a vote then, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. And we'll move on to item 78, which we moved up by amendment.
Item 78, a resolution of the City of Sioux Falls approving the preliminary plan of Grasslands 3rd Edition. The Planning Commission recommends approval 4-0.
This is the preliminary subdivision plan that goes along with the rezoning that we just heard. I'll go through it just real quickly. It's the one at 34th and North Career Avenue. It's about 23.6 acres in size. And this is the preliminary lot and block layout, utility, where the utilities running in, and preliminary drainage. Just to kind of give you guys an idea, this is the first step. There's still development engineering, construction plans, platting, and then building permit review that all of these utilities will be looked at on each of those steps. So it's really just getting the basics of the subdivision down, and so we can move forward. So.
All right, thanks, Jason. Anyone from the public here to speak on this topic tonight? All right, councilors, do you have any questions for Jason on this?
Move to approve.
Second, Neitzer.
All right, motion to approve by Kylie, seconded by Neitzer. Is there discussion, council? We'll take a vote, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 8-0 on item 66.
Item 66, second reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, rezoning property located at 214 West Russell Street from the RS Single Family Residential Suburban District to the RD1 Twin Home Duplex Residential Suburban District, number 11059-2019, and amending the official zoning map of the City of Sioux Falls. Planning Commission recommends approval 5-0.
The applicant here is Stephanie Woolman. The owner is One Thing Trust. This is located just east of the Come and Go at Minnesota and Russell Street. It's about 0.14 acres in size. The purpose of this rezoning is to match the current use of a duplex with the correct zoning district.
All right, thanks, Jason. Anyone from the public here to speak on this topic tonight? All right, councilors, do you have any questions for Jason on this one?
Move to approve Erickson.
Have a second on that?
Second, Sale.
All right, you got it. Second by Councilor Sale. Any discussion on this one, council? We will take a vote, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Next item.
Item 67, second reading. An ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota rezoning property located at the southeast corner of East Arrowhead Parkway and South Riverview Avenue from the AG Agriculture Industrial District to the C2 Commercial Neighborhood and Streetcar District, number 11044-2019, and amending the official zoning map of the City of Sioux Falls. The Planning Commission recommends approval 5-0.
The applicant and owner here is Brian and Pamela Hedman. It's located just southeast of the Arboretum out on East Arrowhead Parkway. It's about 6 acres in size. The purpose of this rezoning is the applicants are looking at constructing an event barn on the property. As we indicated at the first reading, there were neighborhood concerns at the Planning Commission and first reading, specifically having to do with traffic issues on Arrowhead Parkway. We did have Shannon there that kind of gave us some traffic counts along Arrowhead Parkway, some other information. She's also here tonight if you have any additional questions with that traffic-related issues.
All right, thank you, Jason. Anyone from the public who would like to speak to this item tonight? Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Patty Allstott Peterson. I'm not here before you to promote my views for or against the Barn Event Center. I am merely here to ask that the safety measures be in place for all who travel the roads leading in and out of the area to the Barn Event Center in all directions, should you decide to approve the facility to be built and do business in the area. The Barn Event Center request, unfortunately, is taking place before the infrastructures are done at the intersection of Highway 42 and Riverview Road. This does pose some safety concerns. With some help between the residents, the City of Sioux Falls, and the state, maybe we can come up with some safety measures to be implemented for the safety first. I have been working with Troy Miller at the Sioux Falls Engineer Office. He is attempting to improve East 26th Street with signage for those traveling the road, which leads into Arrowhead Park and onto Highway 42. He will be erecting signage warning drivers of people slowing down to make turns into Arrowhead Park. Hopefully, drivers will respect the signage to avoid the near rear-end collisions for people visiting the park and for those of us who reside near the park. Troy has stated that Highway 42 is not the City of Sioux Falls jurisdiction to erect any signage in either direction leading to Riverview Road, where the Barn Event Center would be located along. The City of Sioux Falls has forwarded the concerns to the state for consideration of signage being erected to warn drivers of turning vehicles. Troy worked with the Sioux Falls Forestry Division and myself in removing a tree that was a safety concern. Since my writing to all the council members, that tree was completely removed. I have had a discussion with Matt Staub, one of Split Rock board members, regarding the removal of snow leading from Highway 42 to Riverview Road. He indicated that if they see that the road has not been cleared when they reach the area, the township would clear the snow to open the road so that residents and school buses who are traveling with children to Brandon School District, they're able to access that road in and out. The city, county, and township help each other out with no cost levied towards each other. Thank you in advance for working with the township and the township residents in making the roads safe for all those who travel them. I have emailed each of the council members with my concerns. It is my understanding a few council members have met with the residents in the Riverview Road area, but unfortunately, the invite was not extended to other residents in the township. If you have any questions for me, I will be happy to try and answer them for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Patty. Anyone else here to speak on this topic tonight? Good evening.
Hi, I'm Brian Hedman, 26568 484th Avenue, Brandon. We are my wife and I are the people that want to build this event barn. We sure are willing to work to put up signs to make the place or the traffic safer. We will do whatever needs to be done. The concern when we had a neighborhood meeting was that there was a left-hand turn if you're coming from the east onto Riverview Avenue. And we've gone along the Highway 42 from Rowena clear to the Highway 11, kind of by Walmart there. And there's some 30 businesses that have a similar left-hand turn off of a highway with no left-hand lane. And all of those businesses are located on a highway where there's 55-mile-an-hour speed limits. So this business really wouldn't be any different than any of those businesses. It may be somewhat dangerous, but no more dangerous than any of the other businesses. And we would do whatever needs to be done to help put up signs or request signs. We sure would like to promote safety for the people visiting the barn and the others in the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Brian. Anyone else here to speak on this topic tonight? All right, counselors, do you have any questions for Jason on this? I look for a motion on it.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, move to approve by Selberg. That's seconded by Counselor Kiley. Discussion, council? I'll start with Counselor Neitzer and then Counselor Staley.
One question, status from discussions with the DOT about putting up any signage, such as turning traffic ahead. Do you have any update on that?
Hi, Shannon.
Good evening, Shannon Austin, Public Works Engineering. We have had discussions with the DOT, and anything that we will implement with the final design when we widen Arrowhead Parkway in 2023 will be implemented as far as left turn lanes. DOT will continue to monitor closely the area to see, but the gentleman's right, there's a lot of existing businesses with no turn lane, no crash history. So right now we'll just continue to monitor the area with the Department of Transportation.
And to be clear, not a turn lane, but like
Sign,
there was a
yeah.
discussion about maybe putting up a sign that said turning traffic ahead, that DOT could,
Yeah,
they'd be their jurisdiction to decide.
Yeah, correct. The DOT follows the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices quite explicitly. So it'll be up to them, up to their traffic folks to decide if they would put up those signs.
Okay.
But we have alerted them of the recent development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Counselor Staley.
Patty, I want to say thank you for sending us a detailed email and getting to some bullet points. Patty came forth, kind of what I was referencing earlier with this rezone for development, but Patty reached out and said, these are some things that could help. And so in addition to Patty, I want to thank our staff member, Jim David, because he took Patty's concerns and he work them into the right department. So then we thank the people in those departments who are responsive as well. And I know the tree issue was one thing I hadn't heard that had been cut down. But once again, communication is so important. Communication all the way around is that we have to hear from you, then we have to negotiate, sometimes we have to compromise, but then we get a better result. And I thank the applicants here for their willingness to say we're going to do some signage, and it's to your best interest, of course, to have people leaving your your events safely and getting home in one piece. So, thank you.
Other discussion, council? All right, we got a motion and a second on the floor. Let's take a vote on this then, please.
Councilmember Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr? Yes. Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
Kylie?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes.
Okay, that item passes 8-0. We'll move to item 68.
Item 68, second reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, rezoning property located at 5201 South Cliff Avenue from the AG Agriculture Industrial District to the O Office District, including conditions as allowed in Section 160.650E, placing limitations on regulations within this O Office District number 11004, 2019, and amending the official zoning map of the City of Sioux Falls. The Planning Commission recommends approval 5-0 with the following condition: RE1 limited retail employment form is not allowed on this parcel.
The applicant and owner here is Lincoln County Rural Water. This is located at 5201 South Cliff Avenue, just kind of south of the Hy-Vee on Cliff. It's about 1.10 acres in size. There's an existing, as you can see, there's some existing abandoned Lincoln County Rural water storage tanks on there that they no longer use. So they're actually looking at rezoning this and then selling the land for future office development. Staff felt that the condition of not allowing retail was prudent because of the existing conditions and office zoning to the north, that we didn't feel like retail was a good use on this site. So.
All right, thanks, Jason. Anyone from the public here to speak on this item tonight? All right, councilors, do you have any questions for Jason on this one?
Move approval.
Second, Erickson.
All right, motion to approve by Selberg, seconded by Erickson. Any discussion on this? Then we will take a vote, please.
Councilmember Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr? Yes. Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
Kylie?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes.
That passes 8-0. We're on to item 69.
Item 69, second reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the Code of Ordinances of the city by revising Chapter 90, Animals and Fowl, to allow hobby beekeeping.
All right, we'll make you get behind that podium now. Okay? Good evening.
Hi there, Councilor Staley. I'm starting off, I think we got a three-pronged approach to this. So first of all, let me say that Councilor Brecky and I have been working on this ordinance for almost a year now. And during that time, we collaborated with our citizens, with our city staff, and with our colleagues. We feel that this is a user-friendly ordinance, a neighborhood-friendly ordinance, and an environmentally friendly ordinance for our community. In the midst of the beekeeping discussion in our community, Councilor Brecky and I met with our park department to discuss putting more energy into floral plantings that are going to be beneficial and attract bees and butterflies. And they were very open, Don Kearney and his staff, very open to taking a look at that and making that happen. Also, we had a discussion about putting something, and Jim, let's just wait on that and I'll talk about this in a minute. We're talking, putting more energy into the boulevard planting encouragement that we give to our citizens so that they can start planting more things that are going to be beneficial. And also, let's remember that by having plantings on the boulevard, we are encouraging that groundwater to go into the boulevard area, and so it doesn't run into the storm sewer system. Mark Cotter's over there, and every time something goes into the sewer system, we have to have more capacity in our sewer system, and then build that $260 million facility that we're building. Anyway, some of the things that we, some of the plants that are beneficial, here we have, I wanted to just show this for the citizens, Queen Anne's lace, and I tried to take photos out of my garden of the plants that actually had a bee on it. So there you see some kind of a bee. This gal was over tagging butterflies for the University of Kansas at Lawrence. They do that. They come to my yard every year with their net. Here's some bee balm, attractive bees. Look at all those bees on there. I love it. This is some goldenrod. zinnias, the colorful things, plant those seeds, they just love them. Here's some garlic chives, you can use those in your garden, phlox. These asters were fabulous in the fall. See that bee there? Oh, there's some other kind of a bee on another zinnia. There's a bee hanging out there. Sedum, very versatile plant. And by the way, all of these plants are surviving along the boulevard where we have that sand and chemicals being swept in by the snow removal. Butterflies there, butterflies here, butterflies everywhere. Then we got garlic chives. Oh, isn't that pretty, that goldenrod? You know, you can look at these things when the dead of winter comes. Take photos of your plants. Keep going, Jim. Oh, look at some more of that purple plant. And then, of course, I wanted to throw that in because in the midst of this, people have said, hey, if you guys are successful in passing an ordinance of some sort for beekeeping, what's going to happen with the spraying we do for mosquitoes? Notice there's no sidewalks on that photo. This must be in one of those old Orchard Heights neighborhoods. But so the thing we want to talk about is how, I've asked the health department, are we sure that this spraying we're doing isn't going to hurt the bees? And I've been assured that they do their spraying after it gets dark so that the butterflies and the bees and all those good things are hidden or in their little homes, so they won't be damaged. And by the way, Mr. Mayor, let me just say this to you. The mosquito spraying effort was fabulous this year. I think, we had so much rain, and I don't think I even got bit once by a mosquito, so we did a great job. Here's the Mexican sunflower, very lovely orange plant, and I think that's it. So that's just my little part of this, is that let's encourage people to plant more flowers, make bouquets, give love to people, because singing and flowers are what it's all about at the end of the day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Staley. We'll ask, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this topic tonight?
Wait a second.
Got more
Councilor
You
Brecky.
got more?
Yeah.
Got it. Sorry, you have to have a seat. We're not quite done yet. I'm sorry, Councilor. Got it, part two. Okay, my apologies.
Part 3.
The floor is now yours.
I'm Tim Olson, and I'm addicted to bees and beekeeping. And this is a sweet deal, guys. Been through all this rezoning stuff and all of this drainage. I get to talk about this honey of a deal called bees and beekeeping. Last time I was here, I had showed you some slides, gave you a short course on beekeeping. But I think tonight the biggest thing is to thank you for this ordinance. This opportunity to bring this remarkable creature within the city limits of Sioux Falls, a creature that's going to enhance the quality of life. A third of all the food we eat is a result of pollinators like bees. Did you know that 1 pound of honey is 2 million flowers? A pound of honey represents 55,000 miles of bee flights. Remarkable creatures, creature that we need to support in this. A couple things that always come up as a beekeeper, and I do a lot of training in the beekeeping area, is what about the stinging of bees? Stinging is something that happens, but it's also something that can be monitored and can be prevented and diminished through good beekeeping habits. I always say that the person most likely to be stung by the bee is the beekeeper himself or herself. And in the ordinance, you have flight boards, you have placements of colonies. They're going to reduce those opportunities of stinging. Also, my guess is you're more likely to be bitten by a dog or a cat than perhaps stung by a bee. And part of it is because bees are blamed for stinging that doesn't belong to them. Oftentimes, we're stung by hornets and wasps, and it's the honorable bee that gets the blame for it. I think the key to this ordinance is going to be the education piece, which is built into the ordinance. In order to get a permit and to place these hives, they have to go through an approved educational program, and I believe that's going to be the linchpin to the success of this ordinance, is well-trained, well-mentored, and beekeepers who are truly committed to the hobby and to the enterprise. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Hello, Councilor Brecky.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'm going to do just a little summary of the actual ordinance itself and what we were trying to accomplish when we drafted it. Just to change it up a little bit, since some of you now have heard this about 3 times, I brought a new picture with me. You can barely see him in the background there, but I was home 2 weeks ago for my friends and family hunt that we do every year for the pheasant opener in rural South Dakota, and I'm from Doland, and this is my, one of our passes that we make every year. This is my cousin Rodney's farm just outside of Doland, and I came to learn, I've noticed this for years, that he has bees there. There's about 40 different hives there, and those bees are managed by a different individual. He has an arrangement with my cousin that he can keep his bees there, and in exchange for honey, which he gets about 12 cases of, come February. And all the time that we've hunted them, I've never really seen a bee when you go there. There's, again, literally 40 hives there. We're just getting ready to make our pass for our pheasant hunting, and I went up closer to them, and you can just kind of hear them buzzing in there. It's really a very cool thing, and it turns out that Rodney is a relationship, one of those beekeepers that I talked about in one of my last presentations, where they actually transport bees from South Dakota to California in semi-trailers, and that all of the almonds from California are actually pollinated by South Dakota bees, and this is what these bees are, what happens to these bees in the fall and winter. So anyway, I just wanted to change it up a little bit and give you a couple of new pictures, and then just to begin with, discuss just a couple of modifications or discussions that occurred after first reading. After first reading, 3 things came up, and one was the ordinance took another pass through planning and zoning, and they noted that they needed to do a little cleanup language, which I will be proposing an amendment on their behalf. It's what I would call cleanup and consistency language, use of the term property and property line instead of real estate, and then some zoning language that actually puts them in consistent with the rest of the zoning ordinance. So that I will be making that amendment. The other thing that was discussed, again, as a result of the conversations that were had during the first reading, was the possibility of an institutional exception, and that happened as a result of a young man who came and testified about perhaps, having some beekeeping done on Augustana campus. I was in contact with him. To my knowledge, he hadn't actually had approval from Augustana on that, and so rather than bog down the discussion now with the possibility of an institutional exception, I simply told him, I'm open to that at a later time, a later discussion, if our institutions such as our hospitals, our colleges, are interested in something like that. It is possible they might be able to do it right under the existing ordinance itself because of the land mass that they have, but if there was need for some exception, that I would talk to them about that later. So we decided not to actually put it in there, but if there's an interest, and after the ordinance is in place for a little bit, we would certainly take a look at that if there's some interest in that. The third issue that came up was the issue of neighborhood involvement, and the restriction that we have in the proposed ordinance that it be limited to the initial permit. And that is where in the requirement is that at the time that we go through the initial permitting process, 100% of the abutting property owners must grant approval, and 80% of the property owners within 100 feet of the property line must grant approval. We did have further discussions, we being those people that I've been working with, Jim David, Teresa, about whether there needed to be anything in addition to that. Councilmember Erickson raised an issue about, does that need to be a repeated thing when new property owners move into the neighborhood? We elected not to change that, and the reason for that is, how I viewed it was, I saw it as appropriate that the abutting property owners and property owners close by have a say in the initial thing, but after the initial part of it is over and the beekeeping is ongoing and it's been done appropriately, because again, it's, all of the other requirements of the ordinance are being met, that I didn't think it was necessary to put the property or to put the beekeeper in jeopardy of having made a significant expense incurred in doing this, and then, have either a yearly or, some other arbitrary, every time somebody moves into the neighborhood, that could be upended. So we elected to leave it that way. I understand there's some amendments we will be discussing, so there'll be a further, discussion, dialogue amongst my fellow council members as we go through this process, and I do have some further comments and position statements I'd like to talk about on that. But for now, I was just giving an explanation as to that, why we elected to, just leave that as we had originally proposed it. Then just, again, I will shorten my presentation because we've kind of went through this a couple times. But why a beekeeping ordinance? I said from the very beginning, this isn't an ordinance it's an ordinance that introduces a new concept to the community, and it's talking about a bigger issue of sustainability. And I hope that we begin to have a lot of conversations about things like this. And this is just a small step in that direction, but I would like to see us be talking about air quality standards and water quality standards, standards that may be higher than the minimum standards required by our federal government, or higher than our own standards that we have now. Those are standards that other larger cities are taking very seriously because they have to, because they've waited until things got so bad that they want to do something about it. And I'm hoping that this is the beginning of those kinds of discussions that we can begin right now in Sioux Falls. I guess just to close, nothing really further to add. I think Tim did a good job of explaining basically what we were trying to accomplish in the ordinance itself. Is it really had three components that I was looking at. And one, we wanted that education piece. Two, we wanted the safety issues, and the safety issues, I think, are the flyover requirement, the liability waiver, and again, that neighborhood involvement in that initial setup. But then after the initial setup, basically it's like the buyer beware. To me, I see it like a swimming pool or a trampoline. When you move into the area, you see those things, can become a danger, but, you have, but they're already there. And as long as that, they are being monitored by the animal control department, I think that it's a safe opportunity. And then I think also the cost issue, I think it's noteworthy. That is going to restrict it to serious beekeepers, because the cost is anywhere between $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 up to $5,000, if you take full advantage of the ordinance to get involved in this hobby. And this is a hobby and not a commercial operation. So that is going to, I think, encourage those people who are really serious about that, along with the educational component. And again, we did look at other communities, and we looked at Stillwater, Minnesota, St. Paul, Rapid City, and all have ordinances. We contacted those communities and have had no problems. None of them have had really any problems at all with the ordinance, and it's really working very well for those communities. So that's all I have. If anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you, Councilor Brecky. We'll move to public. Is that the conclusion of the presentation? Got it. Move to public input then, and ask if anyone has any comments on this topic. Good evening.
Hello again, Stephen Ciano. I like bees. I grew up, I had fields around me, believe it or not, in Brooklyn. I did have some empty lots around me. And bees were around, and I never got stung by one. I favor bees being around. I favor bats, and with all this talk of bat exclusion, as I've mentioned previously, I think that another consideration should be just in general beneficial species, and they should be welcomed. And I think that somebody should actually get into the idea of building a place for bats, which would then, as well as with dragonflies, keep down the mosquito population. We wouldn't have to put potential toxins into the air. and there would be no threat to people or animals, bees included, by any spraying, no threat to others as well. So I think that to go to nature is a good way to do that. And also, I wonder about if there's, to go back to the water issue, if planting of trees would tend to absorb water and alleviate some problem that way. And then the trees, instead of just being chopped up and thrown in a landfill or whatever you do with them, could be utilized. Maybe we could find something good to do with trees. Can you imagine something that could be helpful, some positive way to use trees? Things have been done before. We could build with wood. Wow, didn't we have a mill up north, the north end of the city? I wonder if we still, I don't think that the city has been working with that, but I'm looking for natural ways. I learned when I was young to compost, and I don't see any of that going on. Let's
Specifically
turn
talking
to
about
nature.
bees right now.
Thank
you, Stephen. Thank you. All right, does anyone else have comments on this? Good evening.
Tim Stanga. You know, first we started out with goats. We wanted the people having goats in their backyards. And that didn't happen. Then we went to chickens. My neighbor had 24 chickens last year. The other neighbor had 10. And you got to have, I think it's registered with the city, and you can only have so many. So who follows through with how many chickens a person can have, and who follows through on enforcing the laws? Now what we're going to do is we're going to bring in bees. I have no problem with bees. I have friends that have beehives, and they're on farms. But the problem is, who's going to enforce it? We're going to have somebody that's just going to enforce chickens. We're going to have somebody enforce bees, and what's next? I got a cow out on the farm. I'd like to bring the cow in because I can milk the cow and I can get free milk. But I guess the thing is, the more we do this, the more we're stressing out the city workers because they're going to get more calls on things that they shouldn't have calls on. We have chickens. I have rodents that are running around the neighborhood right now because of the chickens. But see, I can't do nothing about that because why? They have a right to have chickens. But I can't do nothing. I can put traps out there to catch the rodents, but what happens to the rodents? You bring them out in the country, then you're trapping something else. And I guess the thing is bees deserve to be out in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here to speak on this topic tonight? Come forward, please, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Scott Kunze, and I cannot thank you enough for doing this. There's just no way. I had this large speech, and I realized half of it is not relevant because the laws are written so well so far. There was one thing I did see in, well, I'll go back. There is two things. First of all, we really are important right now, the small hobbyist beekeepers, because the big industries are having so much trouble figuring out how to maintain them. And every person experimenting how to keep bees healthier is better for everyone, including the big industries. Yeah, there really are only two reasons a bee will ever sting. It's because either this bee knows it's going to die in any moment now, or the queen is being threatened. And I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to have, most people who are allergic to bees know they are, and they always have their kits with them. I would like to be able to have a kit with a bee, just so I'd have that protection for someone that showed up too close to my hives. Yeah, wasps are the real true villains here. They really love to sting, and they get bees blamed a lot. The one thing in the law that I saw that might be helpful is if we stop thinking about the hives, think about the queens. Every hive is 6,000 duplicates of one bug. If the hive becomes aggressive, ask the hive keeper to change that one queen. In 5 weeks, all of her descendants are dead, and the new personality from the new queen can take over. It wouldn't be a bad idea if, it's not something you could enforce, but if you could actually put in that, have a week out of the year that the beekeepers rally to remove pests in their hives. This is a good way to keep them from pesticizing each other. I'm sorry, I lost the right word. I was thinking maybe the first full week of May would be a great way of doing that. I don't know if I should add these to the laws. I don't want to mess with anything that would slow this down for any reason. But I thank you so much for doing this. I don't understand the concern about, gee, I can't control this, or what my neighbors do. I mean, we're trying to do the ecologically right thing. Why is that a bad thing?
Okay, thank you, Scott. Anyone else here to speak on this topic tonight? All right. Counselors, should we get a motion on the floor and then move into, I think there's some amendments that'll be coming forth, so should we do that?
Move to approve, Brecky.
Okay.
Second, Staley.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve by Counselor Brecky and seconded by Counselor Staley. Counselor Brecky, I believe you had an
Yes.
initial amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment, and again, this is the one I spoke to you about that's coming out of the Planning and Zoning Office, consistency in language, and it should read as follows. Motion to amend 90.100 by replacing subsection G with the following. The initial permit application must be accompanied by a written consent of 80% of property owners of all properties situated within 100 feet of the applicant's property line and 100% of all property owners abutting the applicant's property. And replacing subsection H with the following. Hobby beekeeping shall only be allowed on property that is classified as DD, AD1, Open 2, and Open 3 forms in Chapter 160.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on that amendment and a second. Any discussion on that, or?
Explanation very briefly is just a change from the word real estate to property and property line, and then just a consistency in defining it consistent with the terms that are used in our zoning ordinance.
All right. Any other discussion on that, Council? Okay. Seeing none, let's take a vote on that amendment, please.
Councilmember Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
Kylie?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes. All right, that passes 8-0, so we're back to the amended main motion.
Mr. Mayor, I have an amendment.
Councilor Erickson.
I'd like to make an amendment to, motion to amend the amendment by adding the following sentence at the end of parent G. The applicant must comply with this provision every 3 years upon reapplication.
All right.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Kylie on that. Self-explanatory, or do you?
Self-explanatory. This is just in order to protect the investment, not have it be annually, but also enough to where as new neighbors are coming and going, that they have the opportunity to weigh in. That's it.
Any other discussion on that, Council? Councilor Brecky?
Again, the next two amendments are I just had the opportunity to be presented with them this afternoon, so I do have some thoughts on them, so I have not been able to have a chance outside of this meeting to discuss with the authors of the amendments, my fellow council members. So I would like to have that dialogue now. And really what my concern is, first of all, I think 3 years is a little short, and if it's going to pass, I would like to see it be at least 5. But the other, because of the nature of the investment and the educational responsibility. If the beekeeper is operating, and again, he's followed all this process and put that considerable time, energy, and money into this process, I think that, 3 years is a little short to put them, at the mercy, of the neighborhood all over again. But more than that, I would like my fellow council members to consider this proposition. What I'd really prefer, if you would give it consideration, is a substitute motion, which I intend to make. And that would be, and it's something that we talked about, again, as a possibility, but my preference at the time, and actually my preference would still be to just give it a year and then see if these things are really necessary. But since the motion has been made, I would make this thought as a substitute motion, and that would be, I talked to the animal control department about, as opposed to abdicating, what I call abdicating our regulatory authority over to the neighborhood and putting them in that situation which could pit neighbor against neighbor. Some new neighbor moves in just at that 3 or 5 year period and all of a sudden just says no, and for no apparent reason. And let's say the person's been running, successfully a good operation for 3 years, again, all regulated and, by our animal control division. So I thought instead of again, putting that responsibility onto the neighborhood over and over and over again, and then putting the beekeeper, the hobby beekeeper, at the mercy, of an individual neighbor, how about just requiring, from the city's perspective, an annual inspection by the health department or by the animal control people? And that is something that we had talked to them about. I did ask Jim David to talk to the animal control and see if that was acceptable to them, because I'm not seeing, this isn't like it's going to be hundreds and hundreds of inspections, like restaurant inspections or something like that. But I thought that would put the responsibility really back on the city, the regulatory responsibility, making sure that the beekeeping operation is an ongoing responsible operation. And then again, relying on the fact that people moving into the neighborhood, again, this is no different than someone who has a trampoline or a swimming pool, who has a pit bull on a chain. I mean, it's no different when you move into a neighborhood. You buyer beware, you pay attention to those risks that are in the neighborhood, when you move in, and you make that choice, when you move in, if you want to be there. So I guess I'd like to have that discussion before I make the motion to substitute, and just, dialogue with my fellow council members, because this is the first time I've had the opportunity to do that, and just ask you what your thoughts are on that.
All right, thank you, Councilor Brecky. Councilor Kiley?
I'd be happy to offer my thoughts on it, and quite frankly, when Councilor Erickson and I were discussing this, we talked 5 years. We settled on the 3. I was advocating for 1 year. After all, with the ordinance, it does state 80% of property owners within 100 feet and 100% of all property owners abutting the applicant's property. So I would think that just because an individual moves in later doesn't mean that they forfeit their right to weigh in on that issue, especially in a situation where the individual property owner has a bee allergy or a child with a bee allergy. I'm really have grave concerns in that particular area, and I'll address that a little bit more later on, whether it's justified or not justified. It's going to create a great deal of anxiety. And the difference between bees and dogs is you can't put a bee on a chain or inside a fenced yard, so you can't contain them. And that's really where I'm compromising from going from 1 to 3. Earlier I had suggested, well, maybe we could have a situation where instead of it being automatic, where a adjoining neighbor, if they found that this doesn't work for them, then they could petition to have the applicant reviewed, but we decided against that. and went with the proposal that's before you this evening.
All right, thank you, Counselor Kiley. Counselor Neitzer, do you have?
A couple of thoughts. First of all, regarding the other proposal potentially to require inspections, I'd be open to that, although I would wonder if 90.104 somewhat covers that. All hives and colonies shall be subject to inspection of the city upon request. So it would seem like I would think the city would be empowered to request an inspection at any time because a permit has been issued. So I think animal control could implement something like that, and maybe somebody could clarify that. I get the concern, but I've always been uneasy with the idea of neighbors voting on somebody's property right. Now, maybe on the front end, but it seems to me if you get the permit, you follow the rules, you're doing everything that you're supposed to do, I have a hard time saying that you're going to have to go back and just continually, keep asking. I get the concern, but I'm just not, I can't support this particular amendment just philosophically.
Okay. Other discussion, council, on this? Councilor Brecky, do you have one more comment on this?
I would like to make a substitute motion.
It would be amendment to this amendment.
Right. A substitute motion where you'd add the following language to subsection G. Beekeepers are subject to annual inspection to be conducted by the Office of Animal Control.
Second.
All right. So that's an amendment to Councilor Erickson's amendment?
It's a substitute motion. So I'm suggesting that instead of the language that's been proposed,
okay,
that this language be substituted instead. A substitute amendment.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor and a second, so we would either need to vote on that or amend that amendment, correct, Tom?
There is no such thing as a substitute, but essentially what's happening is she's striking the proposal and inserting the verbiage that she put. So it's just technically an amendment to an amendment, but for all intents and purposes, it replaces the verbiage in there.
Okay, got it. Okay, so do you want to read that back into the record, what that amendment to the amendment is?
Adding the following sentence at the end of subsection G, beekeepers are subject to an annual inspection to be conducted by the Office of Animal Control.
Okay.
And then if I would, again, in response to Councilmember Neitzert's, I think what it is it's just fine tuning that language that's already in there. That language that's already in there contemplates the authority of the animal control to do random inspects at any time, and upon complaint, or if they get any phone calls about any concerns, they can at any time, and again, as could the city attorney's office at any time, come in and inspect the hives. But this is specific language that would actually require a minimum of an annual review, and I'm offering this as I think a middle ground to just add another layer of protection into that neighborhood, so that people know, that the neighbors know when this is done in the very first place, that every year somebody's going to be checking to make sure that flyaway zone is still there, to make sure that the hive isn't contaminated, to make sure that there's not neglectful or bad operating going on. And I think that extra layer of protection will serve us better than, the idea of, of just, again, leaving it to the whim of neighborhoods.
All right, thank you, Counselor. All right, any other discussion on that amendment to the amendment? All right, then we're going to take a vote on that then, please.
Councilmember Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
No.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
No.
Kiley?
No.
Neitzert?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-3. So we're on to the, back to the amended main motion.
Mr. Mayor, I have another amendment.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the main motion by adding a new paragraph 90.101E to read, "A sign provided by animal control denoting a restricted animal shall be displayed on a place clearly visible from the sidewalk or road adjacent to the property where the hives is kept. Said sign must warn the public as follows: warning, beehive on this property, report violations to Sioux Falls Animal Control."
All right, do we have a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Kiley.
The intent of this is just to make sure that those that do want to know if the hive is on there, it's different than I know this was compared to chickens earlier. I would argue that I have a dear friend with a bee allergy, her son does, and she's not concerned about a chicken bite or sting and her son dying. This is very, very emotional and very, very real to those people that do have bee allergies, in making sure that they are communicated with, and really the transparency of identifying where those homes and those risks are for their children or anyone with an allergy.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Discussion on this, Counselor Kiley?
Yes, and this also goes to what I was speaking about earlier, that if you, I mean, it's all well and done initially when the first time the application is presented and the neighbors are contacted in the vicinity. But this helps to address the individual that's moving in and may not be aware. For instance, I have a number of spruce trees in the back corner of my property. I could easily put the hives or the colony there and it would not be visible to any of my other neighbors. So it's just a protection to the individuals that are going to be potentially moving in, new to the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Neitzer?
This one I do support for the reasons stated. I have talked to a few people, including one mother who was very concerned about this particular issue. You know, I get, you know, whether or not it's something that people should really be concerned or not, but when you are worried about the life of your child, obviously it's a huge concern. So I think this would help, although I do still have a fear that, and I'm not sure how you reconcile it if we approve it, that down the road, there's going to be somebody who's not going to see a sign, not going to see something, and they're going to buy a house, and you know, that would be a tough issue. The only slight question I have, and maybe it doesn't matter, but in Chapter 90, and the amendment makes mention of a restricted animal. In Chapter 90, restricted really is never, it's not defined. The only time restricted is used is in the context of the police chief designating a dog that has bitten somebody as a restricted animal. So I don't know exactly what, in this context, what restricted necessarily means. You know, if anybody has if there's a definition of that, or if, so the sign would say a restricted animal, and as of now, the only restricted animal I think is somebody who's bitten somebody and gone over the Dunbar scale. So just.
All right, thank you, Counselor Neitzer. Counselor Brackey?
For me, this is a big picture issue. When you start using signage to identify risks, where do you start and where do you stop? And when you think about it throughout the city, and again, I question its location in this ordinance, because, you know, I'm guessing that it probably is contrary to what our general signing ordinance would require throughout the city. Because now you've got a residential neighborhood, and you're going to be asking that signs be posted in a prominent place declaring a hazard, basically. The only way I can think it, the only place I know in the city right now that comes to my mind where we're doing that is out at Falls Park. And that's an ongoing issue for us, you know, is declaring hazards. And, you know, on city property, on, you know, and the river, state property, it's something that, again, once you start, where do you stop? And I made a list, you know, of hazards that would be similar and probably more hazardous in a neighborhood than, you know, than the bee hazard that we're proposing. Trampolines. You know, trampolines are an open and obvious hazard if you live next door to one. And there's no requirement that they be fenced. Swimming pools. You know, if somebody's not adequately, covering their swimming pool. It's an open and obvious hazard. Do we have to have anybody that has a swimming pool have a sign that says, there's a swimming pool in my backyard, beware? There's the chicken issue. This ordinance was proposed the same way that the chicken one is being successfully operated, and, there's been no problem, with the chickens getting loose or causing problems in the neighborhood. How about pets? I talked about the dog on the chain. There's no requirement that a dog be on a chain. There's no requirement that people who have dogs have a fenced-in backyard. People could have a pit bull. Should we, pass an ordinance that says, if you have a pit bull, it has to be fenced, or you have to put a sign up that says, beware of pit bull, beware of Doberman. Our fire pit ordinance, beware of our fire pit. Is there, it goes on and on and on. A fire pit in use, propane tanks in use. Once you start that, where do you stop? And I would say, and I would remind the council that we've, had wonderful education as part of this. One of the things that I really don't like about this is I think it fosters that irrational fear that the potential for a bee sting is really any greater because of this ordinance than it is just from bees in the wild, that fly about the city and they're, and are not being regulated. I don't, everything that I've learned would tell me that this is unfair to, actually have people do that. Then there's another issue that occurred to me, like if I were to do it, and it would be that the issue of vandalism. When you put a sign up announcing that you've got bees in the backyard, are you encourage vandalism? Are you encouraging theft? What would be to stop, someone's lights are out, and we got this sign up, and then someone just pulls up with a pickup and hauls it away? I think this is going too far. It's over-regulating, and it's really not necessary based on what we've learned in the education process. So I would, strongly encourage my fellow council members to give it a try. If it, give it a try without this. Go in with an attitude of under-regulation, but if there is, some ongoing concern, then we could add this. But I think, I really do think it encourages sort of an irrational fear of people as they travel around communities if they see this in there, and I really hate to do that. That would be as positive as the vast majority of the dialogue has been with regard to this ordinance. It would kind of pain me to see this be put in at the very end.
All right, thank you. Councilor Kiley.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, this language already exists in City of Sioux Falls ordinance as it relates to animal control. This language came from animal control. The only thing that we did is we added the bee and the beehive information. So this is existing language. So the concern about we're singling out this particular ordinance, that is not correct. This is about informing individuals that may be moving into that area or residing in that area about what is simply taking place on the property. Thank you.
Councilor Sale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would respectfully ask the maker of the motion and the second to remove the word warning from their amendment.
All right, so is that an official amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Second.
And there's a second by Councilor Erickson on that. All right.
And Mr. Mayor, there's one more housekeeping item. When Councilor Erickson read the amendment into the record, she left off the phone number at the very end, 367-7000. So if we could just add that information to the end of what Councilor Erickson already read into the record. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask that Councilor Sale, your amendment, can you read that in the record to include both those, to include the phone number and remove the word warning?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right. So that's the amendment to the amendment. Councilor Brecky.
And again, I'm going to be upfront that I am going to be voting against this, but the animal control officer, Julie, just stopped up to me and mentioned to me, you know, that there is a mistake in the language because it refers to a restricted animal. And of course, this isn't an animal, it's an insect. So I'm just going to throw that out there to you folks if you want to throw that all in one amendment, but I do reserve the right to, again, I'm going to be voting against the whole thing, but if you're cleaning it up, you should probably clean that up as well.
Okay.
Did the counselor, if I may, did the counselor like to make that amendment?
No. I
Then
just
I'll
wanted to advise you that was pointed out to me.
And I will go ahead and take the bait in this situation and amend a sign provided by animal control denoting a restricted animal or insect. We'll just add the words "or insect."
Well, this is getting interesting because I already have a motion and a second on the floor of Counselor Sales' amendment. That does not include that.
Correct.
Let's quick vote on that, and then we'll do one final amendment on that, and then we will, Counselor Neitzer.
I think I have a comment, but what are we about to vote on? The addition of
We're going
and
to vote
insect?
on Counselor Sales' amendment to remove the word
warning.
warning and add the phone number at the end of the signage.
Got it. I'll wait to comment on the other one.
All right. So let's take a vote on that, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley.
No.
Brecky.
No.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 6-2, and I'll give the floor to you, Counselor Kylie.
Propose that we amend to read a sign provided by animal control denoting a restricted animal or insect.
All right.
And I guess there can be debate over whether an insect is an animal, but
All right, do you have a
if it
second on
helps
that?
move it along, so be it.
Second.
Okay, second on that?
Defer to Jim, though.
Jim?
Mr. Mayor, could I just throw out another option? Instead of that, since this is in the B section, it would say a sign provided by animal control shall be displayed on a place clearly visible from the sidewalk, and then just continue on with that amendment and then remove the words denoting a restricted animal. If that's.
I'm fine with that, as my motion as read by Mr. Jim David.
All right. Then I'm gonna just strike what your earlier motion and go with that is the motion from Counselor Kylie. That is seconded by Counselor Erickson. Any discussion on that? Counselor Neitzer.
I'm sorry to belabor this. Can I hear that one more time?
Sure.
In context.
Jim, would you be able to read that back into the record?
Yeah, I could do it.
Or Tom has it here. Go
I'll
ahead.
take care of that.
Tom's got it.
The current amendment to the amended motion is to strike the word warning and then add the phone number at the end, and that passed. And then the present amendment to the amendment is to strike the words denoting a restricted animal.
Got it. Oh. Okay, and so that was your question. That's the amendment that is on the floor.
And I would say I like that because my concern with the original was if it said restricted animal or insect, well, to the average person, then you're asking the question, well, do they have a dog that bites people or do they have bees? And so this is just very clear. So, thanks.
All right. Any other discussion on that? We'll take a vote on that one, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
No.
Staley.
No.
Brecky.
No.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that one passes 5-3. So we're back to the original amended main motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Just the amended motion.
Amended amendment.
Amended amendment. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Counselor
I
Kylie.
have yet one more amendment. I hope it's the last, and I apologize to my colleagues for not making it in time for publication of our red notes or for having it emailed, but on my way here, I considered the incident that had taken place in Sturgis, South Dakota, that Councilor Erickson had addressed at a previous meeting. Much of that was initiated by a dog. So my amendment is to strike the words "or dense vegetation" in 90.102B2. And you can find that on page 4 of the ordinance that each of you have a copy of.
Mr. Mayor, we do have an amendment to vote on before we get to this, I believe.
No.
We amended.
Correct. We still have to vote on the amended amendment, and then this will be a new amendment.
Sorry, jumped the gun.
It's all right. I'm getting a little lost myself here, so Tom's keeping me between the ditches.
I'm rusty.
So we will vote on the amended amendment right now, which is, Tom, can you just clarify the original amendment that has been amended that we are voting on?
Right, the vote right now will be on the 91.101E to read, "A sign provided by animal control shall be displayed on a place clearly visible from the sidewalk or road adjacent to the property where the beehives is kept. Said sign must warn the public as follows: beehive on this property, report violations to Sioux Falls Animal Control 367-7000.
Great, thank you, Tom. All right, so that's the amended amendment we're voting on. Let's take a vote on that.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
No.
Staley.
No.
Brecky.
No.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-3. Now you're on.
It's quick. I move to amend by striking the words "or dense vegetation" in section 90.102B2. And that can be found on page 4 of the copy of the ordinance that you were provided.
Second, Erickson.
All right, motion by Counselor Kylie on that, seconded by Counselor Erickson.
And once again, it's just simply because the incident that occurred in Sturgis, South Dakota just 3 years ago, much of that was initiated by a dog that got in the vicinity of the hives, and unfortunately pets could easily go through vegetation, whether it's dense or otherwise. And so it would simply read then, "barriers may be made of a wall or fence" once we strike "or dense vegetation."
All right, thank you, Counselor. Any discussion on this one? Counselor Neitzer?
So just to be clear, just having just glanced at this, so your intent is that if I'm going to have a beehive in my yard, it will need to be fenced in or have a wall. Just having shrubberies is not sufficient.
It should be a solid barrier, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. What section, can you read that back? What section number was that in
Yes,
the ordinance?
90.102B2.
All right, just getting that read into the record.
B was appropriate.
Right. All right, discussion on this, Counselor Brecky.
Again, this is difficult because I'm, just responding to it at this very first moment. But one of the things I liked about the versatility of the language that we began with was thinking about those places in Sioux Falls where this beekeeping might actually occur. I thought of, places again like my own backyard where there are all these natural barriers and this drainage ditch that is, hundreds of feet from any neighboring property owner. Thought about Old Orchard Heights, Emerald Acres, some of those areas that have really large acreages with just all kinds of natural, where there's a perfect location for it. And Councilmember Kylie, you mentioned it yourself. You said you have a place where you have 5 pine trees, you could put it down in there and it just could be the most innocuous thing, just a part of nature. So again, this adds to the cost. It has a limiting factor on the kinds of places where it would otherwise be allowed. And I understand that this situation with the dog was a very serious thing and sad thing that happened. However, it was such an isolated event that I just, to actually create all these additional limitations because of something that's highly unlikely to ever happen again. And I really think that's true. And having, again, talked with, Tim, many times about swarming and how it occurs and why it occurs and how rare it is. And again, and talking to the other communities that, have not had any of these kinds of problems. And it's just, even in the wild, it's just kind of the most rare thing. I would really hate to see you folks do this. I think we've really restricted it. I hope we don't restrict it to the point where you can't even do it. And so, again, kind of caught off guard, trying to give you my most sincere response, but I really think that that's unnecessary, that we're adding an additional regulation or additional restriction that really would prevent some lovely places. Again, I'm thinking of Sertoma Park has talked about wanting to do this. And, there's no fence there, but they got plenty of acres, to allow this to happen safely. So would hope that you would not support this amendment.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Any other discussion on this one, Council? All right, I'm going to call for a vote on Counselor Kiley's amendment, please.
Councilmember Selberg,
No.
Councilmember Sale,
Yes.
Councilmember Starr,
No.
Councilmember Staley,
No.
Councilmember Brecky,
No.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Kiley,
Yes.
Councilmember Neitzer.
No.
All right, that amendment fails 5-3. So we are back to the amended multiple times main motion that is on the floor. Are there any other amendments or discussion, Councilor Kiley?
No amendments from Councilor Kiley unless somebody else has any.
All right.
But I do have discussion. This has been brought up as an ordinance that is pollinator friendly, and as a biologist and biology teacher for many, many years, I can certainly appreciate that. I will state that the ability to plant pollinator-friendly plants already exists. It doesn't require a change in the ordinance to do that. Everything that Councilor Staley presented is already possible. I personally have many of those same plants in my backyard. And it is eco-friendly to have pollinator-friendly plants available for our bee pollinators. There's a number of forms of pollination, but I'm not going to go into that. Honeybees make up just a small portion of the bee population. There's what's called solitary hole nesting bees. They're great pollinators, and they're very gentle in nature because they're not protecting a hive or stores of honey. It's a very effective and cheap way of increasing pollinators without the need to add an ordinance that allows honeybee hives. In fact, about 90% of bee species are of the solitary nature, meaning they don't live in a colony, they don't build hives, or live in swarms. Bumblebee would be an example of a solitary hole nesting bee. Carpenter bees, which are very similar to bumblebees, and orchard mason bees, which you can find all of those in our particular area. About 25% of the bee species nest in above ground holes and in dead wood and broken stems, and it's easy to provide artificial homes for hole nesting bees so that you can raise and harvest their cocoons and move the bees to where we need pollination. In fact, the kits are available for as low as $25, and it's a complete kit that allows you to do just what I've mentioned. So raising native whole nesting bees is a safe and effective way to ensure pollination. Doesn't require any kind of a change in ordinance. Regarding the distance that's addressed, whether it's 80% of the people that live 100 feet away or 100% of all of the abutting neighbors, the ordinance is basically meaningless because the typical honeybee's foraging area is up to 2 miles. But honeybees can go 2 to 3 times that distance if the immediate foraging area is not productive. So there's the impact, the possible impact that it could have then is very widespread throughout the city of Sioux Falls. It was mentioned in public input that farmers are generally approachable regarding the location of hives on their property, or it was mentioned at least that a farm would be a more appropriate location. And I consulted with an individual that had spent a career in farm management, working with farmers on a daily basis, and he had mentioned that most farmers are very approachable about having beehives placed on their property because obviously it's conducive to what they're doing too, in terms of having their plants pollinated. So again, the ability, if there's only 5 or 10 people that want to do this, the ability exists if they just search in the surrounding area here without exposing a lot of other individuals to bees and the possible stings that they may be allergic to. We've already discussed if a neighbor moves or moves out and moves in, so I guess I'm not going to address that any further. But I would like to address the risk to individuals with allergies. According to the Journal of Asthma and Allergies, 5 to 7.5% of the population in the U.S. have bee sting allergies. That equates to 9,500 to over 14,000 residents of the city of Sioux Falls. All of them are potentially exposed because of the swarm, because of the tendency of protecting the hive and protecting the queen. It just increases the chance and probability of a bee sting occurring. Now, I do agree that the honeybee has gotten a bad rap much of the time, but whether or not it's well-founded or ill-conceived, it's going to create a great deal of anxiety for those individuals, my neighbor being one, who has bee sting allergies, or individuals who have children with bee sting allergies. And we mentioned the sturgeon. I've already mentioned the Sturgis incident, and Jim, if you could just put that document up. What I had prepared was the document that appeared in the Meade County Times on August 12, 2016. And it was an incident where several people were injured and a dog was killed. And we could actually probably go to the second page, Jim. I just highlighted some of it. A black lab was involved, actually died as a result of the incident. When police officers and personnel from the Sturgis Volunteer Fire Department arrived on scene, they were overcome by bees. They were chased several blocks away. A number of the officers were stung multiple times. One of them stung 47 times. And the city actually initiated a code red system warning residents to stay in their home in a 8-block area. So we had heard earlier that stinging is something that happens. This is a prime example. Maybe it's an isolated incident, as Councilor Brecky stated, but it certainly illustrates what can possibly happen. And it goes back to these individuals that are most vulnerable, the ones that have the bee sting allergies that I'm most concerned about here. Never have I had anyone approach me about wishing they could have honeybees on their property. Never in my 66 years of being a resident in the city of Sioux Falls, nor in my 5.5 years as being a counselor. It was admitted that this ordinance is maybe going to serve only 5 to 10 property owners. And so I'm thinking 5 to 10 property owners is not worth the risk that it poses to individuals with allergies. So I'm a no for that reason, as well as for the other reasons that I stated previously. And I do want to thank my colleagues for spending a lot of time and doing a lot of research, incorporating the education component. I understand that, but I think in terms of promoting pollinators, I think there's other ways that exist that we can utilize. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor Kiley. Counselor Steele.
First of all, let me say that I am allergic to bee stings, Counselor Kiley, and I've been in my yard many years and never been stung, been around lots of bees, so I certainly empathize with people who have allergies. But I will tell you that we did talk to these different municipalities, and this is considered a progressive, positive move to allow people that option of doing this. And we don't think, because of the cost and that we put more regulations and more bite into our ordinance than these other areas in our region. So we don't think people are just going to be jumping off the boat to get, slap a few beehives in their backyard. But last year, I had an opportunity to visit with the mayor of Rapid City and the chief of police about their ordinance that had been in place for several years. They said they've never had a problem. In fact, this isolated incident you're bringing up is, as alarming as it is just that. It's an isolated incident. And I don't want to be combative, but if we could bring out instances where people have drank too much alcohol and ended up killing their family or something because of alcohol, it doesn't mean that you just throw out the alcohol. I mean, you still allow people to drink. I mean, all sorts of things can happen. We had this great discussion about the safety at our falls. So I think we've put in some great provisions here, and we did vet this out, Counselor Kiley, with an informational. We had our first reading. We've asked for input, we heard actually during the first reading, Counselor Erickson voiced concerns. We addressed those. So we've tried to be responsive and transparent in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other discussion on this one, Council? All right, if not, let's take a vote on this item.
Councilmember Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
No.
Kiley?
No.
Neitzer?
Yes.
All right, that item passes 6-2. We are on to item 70.
Item 70, first reading. An ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, providing provisional supplemental appropriations for highways and streets, winter operations, $3 million. Recommendation, set a date of second reading for Tuesday, November 12, 2019.
Hey, Mark.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for having us tonight. We've got first reading tonight, and with your support, we would have second reading on November 12th. Also have Dustin Hanson here. He's the street operations manager, and he's doing his best to keep the snow north of Sioux Falls. So let's get started. Just to have a couple slides. Last week, Sean Pritchard did a nice job framing up not only this budget amendment, but the next item. And so essentially, this presentation will mimic what Sean took care of last week, and then just add a couple extra details. You've seen the word provisional before. It is only provisional. If we need the funds, they would be pulled in. If we don't need the funds, we wouldn't. Just from a historical standpoint, in 2018, we asked for a provisional $1 million. In 2015, we asked for a provisional $2 million. I'm happy to say neither one of those supplement requests were needed. But we all did live through a really intense spring this last spring. Normally we plow out the city about 3 times. This last spring we plowed it out 5 times. We also usually have anywhere from about 10 to 15 de-icing events, and we had 25 this last spring. And then, not to complicate items more, we had about a 20% price increase in our salt quantities, or in our salt price. as we went to the market to bid that out. So we had just a number of items working against us. The $3 million number that's been modeled to ask for your support is with an abundance of caution to ask for that amount. Again, if it's not needed, it won't be spent. We'll certainly honor that. You've seen this slide last week. Year to date, our winter budget, we start with 7.7 million. Year to date, we've spent 84%. If we don't receive any adverse weather, we're going to be at 100% of budget. We want to make sure that we have the resources in place so we can adequately respond and keep the city moving. And so with that, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Mark, thanks. Anyone from the public here to speak on this topic tonight? Councilors, do you have questions for Mark on this item? Councilor Sale.
One question. Director Cotter, could you remind me again what a 3-inch snowfall would cost the city to plow?
They all vary because it could be at the beginning of the year, it could be in the middle. But in general, if you used about $150,000 an inch, that's a pretty good estimate. If we expect that it's going to warm up within a week, a lot of times we don't do pickup operations, so that saves us dollars. But that's probably a decent estimate just for the question.
Councilor Erickson.
As the city continues to expand, talk to me a little bit about the cost in that. Is there an analysis of how much more we're spending every time we add new streets to our city?
We do, and with your support here just in September, the 2019 snow removal budget was $7.7 million. The 2020 is $8.6 million. So we've modeled forward for additional salt, the uplift in salt. It's also our first full year of our motor graders with the new package. And so we feel good about the 2020 budget. It's almost a $900,000 uplift, about a 12% increase from 19 over 20.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mark on this one?
I'll move to approve, Erickson.
All right.
Or set the second reading for Tuesday, November 12th.
I knew what
Second.
I knew what you meant. Second by Kylie. Any other discussion, council? All right, let's take a vote on this one, please.
Councilmember Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
Kylie?
Yes.
Nitzert?
Yes.
All right, that item passes 8-0. Next item.
Item 71, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, providing supplemental appropriations for highways and streets and parks and recreation. Highways and streets, $1,600,000. Parks and recreation, $200,000. Highways and streets, $400,000. Highways and streets, $2,040,000. And highways and streets, $200,000.
Thank you again. Again, last week, Sean Pritchard framed up this item as well. Regan Smith is here regarding the storm. Don Kearney's here regarding Parks and Recreation. Just have a few slides to frame up these general fund and capital budget supplements. All right, to start with the top, there'll be a more detailed slide in, but the request is for a budget supplement of $1.8 million to fund the September storm. The actual costs were about $2.2 million. We can take you through the offset of that. Sean took you through that last week. About $1.6 million of that would be for highways and streets, and $200,000 would be for parks and recreation. The sales tax fund, we've had a really robust year. You guys have seen building permits continue to go up. The arterial street plating fees, we originally estimated that revenue at about $1.55 million. Year to date, we've already collected about $1.9 million, so about $350,000 above our projection. We still have 2 months left, so we would ask for your support in giving us authority for another $400,000. We can get that money to work for 2020's projects. South Dakota DOT, we've got 3 projects. They're pass-through funds that we'll share with you. And then just with the extremely wet last 2 years, and especially all the flood fighting that we've done in the spring and the fall this year, we'd ask for your support that we could buy 4 additional pumps to prepare for spring flooding. All right, so this is a slide that Sean showed you last week that really broke down the costs across the city and some of the contracted work that came about from the September storm. And if you want any additional detail on that, we can certainly take you through it, but that was shared with you last Tuesday. The actual ask is less than the 2.2 million, and that offset really comes from there was already some of those wages and benefits were already budgeted. There was some of the overtime that was outside general fund divisions like an enterprise account. And then there will also be some of the parks improvements won't be done until 2020. And so that's why the budget supplement request doesn't match the cost of the storm. Sean reminded you last week as well that with the anticipated some of the additional park work that needs to be done in 2020, there would be a supplement request coming in early 2020 to address that. All right, now for the CIP, the good news again about additional plating fees coming in. We'd ask for your authority so we can direct those dollars to arterial street work. The DOT pass-through, this is actually City of Sioux Falls funds that we get, but normally they're executed by the DOT. We're taking the lead on these three projects. So on Arrowhead Parkway, we're trying to get the project, the intersection improvement at 6 Mile Road and Arrowhead Parkway bid probably be by late next year. And we're actively purchasing right away for that project. And so that additional $750,000 will allow us to continue to negotiate with willing sellers. The arterial street intersection, 41st and Western, that project's been bid. A strong local contractor has it. The DOT has allowed us to use $760,000 in roadway safety improvement dollars. There's a number of left turn crashes there that improvement will address. And then last, we were successful getting some bridge reconstruction grant dollars through the DOT. And then the last is for those additional pumps funded by storm drainage. Last slide. The 4 additional pumps, there'd be one of the red pumps that's actually powered by a tractor. Those are what we call crystal follies. They usually back them down into large ponds to move lots and lots of water. And then there'll be 3 of those trailer-mounted 6-inch pumps purchased. During the flood fight last year, we used every resource we had, and then also rented from local contractors, and then really nothing was available between here and Minneapolis. So it's time for us to improve our fleet and upsize our pumps. That's what I have for you tonight. And if you have any questions, Don and Regan are also here.
All right, thanks, Mark. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item tonight? Councilors, do you have any questions for Mark on this one? Look for a motion on it.
Move to approve.
Second, Selbert. All right, a motion by Councilor Kiley, seconded by Selbert to set a date of second reading for Tuesday, November 12, 2019. Any discussion, council? All right, we'll take a vote, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr. Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Item 72.
Item 72, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending Section 51.081D1 of the Code of Ordinances of the city to correct an error pertaining to the 2020 rate for grease as it relates to wastewater charges for Sioux Falls local wastewater customers.
All right, I'm going to predict that this may be the easiest decision that you make tonight. So wastewater rates have been set through 2023. When we charge industrial customers, their bills are broke down with the constituents that's in their wastewater stream. One of those charges is grease. We caught it, and so this fee wouldn't actually go into place until January 1 of 2020. But it's published at, in the book at $1, $1.0227 per pound of grease, and it actually should be 1.0027. So it actually reduces that charge by 2 cents a pound. With that, I'd ask for your support.
Thanks, Mark. Anyone from the public want to speak on this one? All right, councilors, any questions, or can I get a motion to set a date of second reading for Tuesday, November 12th?
Move to approve, Brecky.
Second, Staley.
All right, motion by Councilor Brecky on that, seconded by Staley. Let's take a vote on that one, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale. Star. Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
All right, next item, please.
Item 73, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the Code of Ordinances of the city by revising Chapter 150, Building, Subchapter Electricity, to clarify the role of an ex officio member.
Counselor Neitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance addresses a small problem with how the term ex officio is used in our ordinances to refer to certain board members. The term ex officio refers only to how someone is appointed to a board. An ex officio member of a board is appointed by virtue of their position, but they have all of the rights of a normal board member, including the right to vote, unless otherwise stipulated. There's 2 sections in our city ordinance where an ex officio member is designated, but the ordinance fails to state that they are non-voting members. This ordinance is a first of 2 cleanups. This simply clarifies that the chief building official for the city is the advisor and a non-voting ex officio member of the Electrical Board of Appeals and Examiners. This makes the ordinance consistent with how the board functions and corrects that oversight. The language I'm proposing here mirrors exactly the language found in this board's sister board, the Plumbing Board of Appeals and Examiners, and it has the support of the chief building official. I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Anyone from the public here to speak on this topic tonight? Counselors, do you have any questions for Counselor Neitzer on this? If not, Counselor Neitzer, look for you to set a motion for second reading for Tuesday, November 12th.
So moved, Neitzer.
Second, Selberg. All right. Motion by Neitzer and seconded by Counselor Selberg on that. Any discussion here? Okay, we'll take a vote on that, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Star. Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
That passes 8-0. Item 74.
Item 74, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the Code of Ordinances of the city by revising Chapter 32, City Organizations, Subchapter Charter Revision Commission, to clarify the ex officio role of the city attorney. Recommendation, set a date of second reading for Tuesday, November 12, 2019.
Counselor Neitzer.
Same as a previous item. In this case, it is the Charter Revision Commission in clarifying the position of the city attorney, that the city attorney is an advisor and an ex officio member, but a non-voting member. Credit goes to the Charter Revision Commission for actually noticing this error and bringing it to our attention. And so, same thing, correction, doesn't change how the city attorney has always functioned. It's just clarification for the benefit of members going forward, and appreciate your support. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this one? All right, Counselors, any questions for Counselor Neitzer? Otherwise, I'd look for a motion to set a date, a second reading for Tuesday, November 12th.
So moved.
Second, Brecky.
All right, motion by Counselor Neitzer, seconded by Counselor Brecky. And any discussion? Let's vote on that, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Star. Yes. Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. We're on item 75.
Item 75, and Mayor, if I may, just real quick note that the recommendation indicates November 18th, but the day is incorrect. It should read Monday, so whomever makes the
Got it. Thank you.
motion. First reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, approving the naming of a facility space on public property, Premier Club. Recommendation, set a date of second reading for Tuesday, November 18th, 2019.
Russ, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors, Sioux Falls, Russ Sorensen, City Planning Office. The applicant this evening is ASM Global, Sioux Falls, on behalf of the First Premier Bank Card to the City of Sioux Falls for naming a certain space within the Denny Sanford Premier Center. The First Premier Bank Card is one of the signature partners at the Premier Center, and the new proposed name is the Premier Club, which would be located on the main concourse level within the Premier Center. The Premier Club would be a private club lounge for private seat holders. It sits at center ice on the south side of the main concourse overlooking the arena floor. Access to this 2,600 square foot would feature a private bar, a patio, and a drink area that overlooks the event floor. Logo signage on the zone fascia would also be provided. The proposed term and the investment is a 5-year term for marketing partnerships between the Sanford Premier Center and the First Premier Bank Card and Premier Bank. That totals $200,000 and would begin December 1 of 2019 through November 30th, 2024. The City Finance Director has reviewed the sponsorship agreements and expressed no objections. On October 25th, the City Naming Committee reviewed the application and unanimously recommends approval. There have been no public comments received on this naming request.
All right, thank you, Russ. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item tonight? Councilors, do you have any questions for Russ on this one? Councilor Selberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Russ, this is obviously a pretty good increase on the agreement before that. How did that number come about as far as the 200 for 5 years? It looks like before it would have been about 120, so.
That's a negotiated amount between the ASM Global Sioux Falls, because they just changed their name, and the applicant. That was a negotiated increase.
Okay, so it's not like advertised for a certain number, it's just between the two, and, okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Russ on this? All right, if not, I'd look to motion to set a date of second reading for Monday, November 18, 2019.
So moved. Neitzer.
Second, Sale.
All right, a motion by Councilor Neitzer on that and seconded by Councilor Sale. Any discussion? Let's vote on that, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr. Yes. Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Hi, Shauna.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Shauna Goldhammer here to represent item number 76. Similarly, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, we got right into it.
You got to read into it.
Sorry.
Yes, Mayor, and the
Let's
same,
read it in the record, and then we'll
the
get
same comment regarding the day of the week, it should be Monday.
Monday.
First reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota approving the naming of a facility space on public property, Bud Light Lounge. Recommendation, set a date of second reading for Tuesday, November 18, 2019.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if
Councilor
I can
Erickson.
interject, I need to recuse myself. I have a family member that works for Anheuser-Busch Corporate.
You are recused for that fact. Now you are on, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Shauna Goldhammer, Planning and Development Services. Again, we have this naming of a facility on public property, the Bud Light Lounge. Also similar to Russ's item before it, it is on the west side of the main course, overlooking the arena floor facing the stage concert, concert stage on the east end. Public access to this 1,755 square foot floor area will be featured on an oval-shaped bar and a drink rail overlooking the arena floor. This naming right does come with revenues of $240,000 over 3 years, and beginning January 1st, 2020, ending December 31st, 2022.
All right, thank you, Shauna. Anyone from the public here to speak on this item tonight? All right, councilors, do you have any questions for Shauna on this item? Okay, if not, look for a motion to set a date of second reading for Monday, November 18.
Approval?
Second, Kylie.
All right, motion by Councilor Selberg, seconded by Councilor Kylie on this. Any discussion? We'll take a vote on it, please.
Councilmember Selberg.
Yes.
Sale.
Yes.
Starr. Yes. Staley.
Yes.
Brecky.
Yes.
Kylie.
Yes.
Neitzer.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Item 77.
Mr. Mayor, I need to recuse myself.
Excuse me, that passed 7-0. Item 77, Councilor Selberg, could you also state the reason for the recusal?
I am employed by somebody representing the party.
All right, thank you, Councilor Selberg.
Item 77, a resolution of the City of Sioux Falls approving the preliminary plan of Ackerson Addition. The Planning Commission recommends denial 04.
The applicant is Steve Van Buskirk with Van Buskirk Companies. The owner is Dr. Ackerson. It's located at the southeast corner of 85th in Minnesota, just east of the new Walmart. It's roughly 51.53 acres in size. The purpose of this subdivision plan is to subdivide the land for future commercial uses. One of the major factors with this specific preliminary subdivision plan is it isn't showing one of our major corridors that is on our 2016 approved major street plan, and that is Veterans Parkway or Highway 100. That is being proposed to be left off this preliminary subdivision plan. This is the previous subdivision plan that was approved by the City Council in 2016. As you can see, it does show Highway 100 as part of their subdivision. And then this is the one that's in front of you tonight where that corridor is removed from the subdivision plan. This is one of the main reasons why city staff is recommending denial of this preliminary subdivision plan, and also why the Planning Commission recommended denial unanimously. Shannon Austin's here, and she's going to give you a little bit more history on Veterans Parkway when it was proposed in this area, and the major reasons why we need to keep it with this subdivision.
All right. Thanks, Jason. Hi, Shannon.
Good evening again. Shannon Austin, City of Sioux Falls Public Works Engineering. A lot of you may have heard about the East Side Corridor, who is commonly now known as Veterans Parkway, or we did call it Highway 100 sometime in the last 25 years. Our study began in 1993. The City of Sioux Falls has been very proactive trying to manage our growth, coordinating facilities between agencies as well as surrounding communities, and then basically maintaining a great infrastructure of transportation as well as public utilities to allow for a great and growing community. So the high speed, we identified a purpose, or we identified the need to study another interstate system around the City of Sioux Falls. We identified early on that we didn't need another Interstate 229, but we did need a limited access, high-speed arterial. So we identified that in 1993. The purpose and need of that high-speed arterial was mainly to eliminate deficiencies that our existing system would have if we didn't have another arterial around the city, as well as it was there to manage our future growth. So we started the program, or the study, in 1993. By 1995, we decided, okay, so it's not going to be an interstate, it's going to be a regional arterial. And then we went and proceeded with the environmental assessment, as well as identifying the actual route. We started off with the route on 6 Mile Road, which is a little bit too far out. And so then we brought it in a mile on Highway 11, which we worked closely with the Department of Transportation to identify that was our route. And then eventually, south of 57th Street, we did kind of diagonal it over to Interstate 29. The environmental assessment was approved on March 20th, 2003, and shortly thereafter is when we added that corridor to our long-range transportation plan, as well as our major street plan, and that was in 2005. So we've been really studying this corridor for quite some time. The DOT then adopted a corridor preservation plan, which basically allowed the city and the state to identify how we were going to build it, how we were going to maintain adequate access onto the corridor, as well as the arterial streets that intersect the corridor. The corridor plan identified where those access points along the corridor were going to be. For instance, in the Dolly Farm Village area, we have a mile arterial access points, but we also have the half-mile locations in those high commercial areas. In 2007 and 2008, the DOT Highway Commission approved the access and noise plan, which again allowed for those locations where we were going to have access to the corridor. And then by fall of 2008, the DOT did prepare plats for acquisition along the corridor. About at that same time, we saw the very first preliminary plan at the intersection of 85th Street and Minnesota Avenue. It was for the Minnesota Avenue crossing, and that is it's right next to the Ackerson subdivision plan that we're talking about tonight. We started construction on the corridor in 2007, and we have been building ever since, and we're very excited. By 2020, hopefully August or September, we will be open to Interstate 90, and I hope to be the first one to drive on it. So, next slide, please. Here's our corridor. It shows all the different years of construction, and then you will notice, though, from 57th Street over to Interstate 29, the construction date has yet to be determined. We have been focusing our attention on the existing Highway 11 or Veterans Parkway alignment going up to Interstate 90 because that was our first priority. So as soon as we get that completed next year, then we will work very closely with the Department of Transportation to maintain and start programming those next phases from 57th Street all the way over to Interstate 29. The Department of Transportation has actually acquired, I don't know as far as actual acres, but they have acquired numerous parcels along that red alignment as we call that early acquisition along that corridor, so they can actually begin to program and phase that construction of or Veterans Parkway as right-of-way comes up. So this corridor, you can kind of see kind of parallels Interstate 229. This is very important for our whole southeast part of the city to make sure that we have adequate transportation for that whole southeast part of the city. And I think that's it. Do you have any questions regarding the corridor history?
All right, thank you, Shannon. Let's first move to public input. Anyone from the public here to speak on this topic tonight? Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Trent Swanson, 140 North Phillips Avenue here in town. Appearing tonight on behalf of the Ackerson Properties LLC, the applicant here. Talked to Al Ackerson earlier today. He was really hoping to be here tonight. He sends his regrets that he couldn't make it. He and his wife have both been battling some of the crud that's been going around Sioux Falls. So I was not planning on getting up and talking tonight, but I told him I would try to fill in the best I can and give a little background. I'm not going to go over everything that Shannon just went through because you guys have the history. Al and his wife Pat bought this property down at 85th and Minnesota in the early 2000s, somewhere in the 2000 to 2002 vicinity, and then subsequently annexed the property. Obviously, it's been rezoned since then. As Shannon noted, this project came into the works probably 2003 era. In 2007, there was a city and state public meeting where they talked about the project, the timing of the project, how soon it would be completed. They said the goal at that time was that the project would be completed in 15 years from 2007, which would be about 3 years from now. We talked to the state now, and they're saying this project, at least the southern segment of this, isn't on their radar. It's not going to be completed anytime soon. And then what we have then is a situation where you have a property owner that has this property, the city's saying you can't develop the property unless you hold this property back, and the state's saying, well, we don't need it yet. So we've tried to work in good faith with the state the last several years. I think Al's been meeting with the state DOT officials from 5 to 10 years ago. They had their first meetings, and unfortunately we weren't able to come to an agreement on the acquisition of the property. Not to say it couldn't happen yet, but at the present time, no resolution has been reached where the state would actually buy the right of way. So what we talked about was, okay, the state's saying we don't need the right of way yet. Where do we go from there? And that's why we're here tonight. We submitted the plan saying, if the city's saying that we need to have that right of way in there, how does that affect the property owner? The city, at least I don't think the city wants to buy it, and that hasn't been ever expressed. So you've got a property owner that feels like they're stuck in between both the city and the state on this project. They just want to simply develop the property. He retired a few years ago from his practice, and he and his wife and their family would like to see this property developed. They think it's a great area. You've got the Walmart commercial development across the street. A lot of the outlets have been filled there now, and so this is prime commercial development ground. And what he doesn't want to do is hold back basically almost 10 acres of ground and then have this project not go forward. I know it's still on the major street plan, as Shannon pointed out, but at the present time, like I said, the state's saying there's no immediate plans to develop this in the foreseeable future. I think they go out 7 years or so with their plans, and it's not on that 7-year plan yet. So if he went ahead and developed the property, kept off 9.74 acres, and then the project doesn't go forward, you're going to end up with basically uneconomic remnant there that would be very difficult to develop, do anything with. And Steve Van Buskirk will get up and talk a little bit more about the development of the parcel itself. But basically what we're here tonight is just asking the city council, we'd like the city council to approve this. We'd like to move forward with the development of the property. Aside from the omission of the South Dakota 100 right-of-way, I believe all the essential elements of the preliminary subdivision plan have been met. So therefore, we'd ask for your approval tonight of the plan. And like I said, if you have any questions, you can certainly ask me. Otherwise, Steve Van Buskirk's going to get up. He'll give a little more history on the development of the property and where they're at with the development itself.
All right, thanks, Trent.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this tonight? Steve, you want to take the podium? Good evening.
Good evening, Steve Van Buskirk, 2571 South Westlake Drive. Thanks for having us here tonight to look at this issue. We're representing the property as a real estate broker and the land developer. We work on different aspects of that, advising on market prices, marketing the property for sale, preparing the plans, and working through the entitlement process, which brings us here tonight. So we got a couple issues. I don't know if you got the preliminary subdivision plan up there. So we got a couple things I want to talk about specifically. Trent just mentioned it. There's a few things on the staff report that were noted in there, talking about who the surveyor was not noted. Sayer Associates is on there. The owners, Dr. Ackerson, as we talked about, were the developers. A couple notes that they had. They talked about a vicinity plan, which you can see here. It's not quite to 600 feet, but this is a typical plan that's submitted for these type of plans. Sayers does a lot of these. And then there's also talking about right-of-way widths, which is noted on the plan for 80 feet right-of-way. So, really the kind of the plan, as Trent mentioned, is really boils down to is where we're here talking about is the Highway 100 tonight, rather than some of these smaller issues that are maybe noted on the staff report and do not show up on the SIRE system. So, so my comments tonight are really going to center around the access, the access issue of the property. Typically on these types of corridors, you'd have, without Highway 100, you'd see an access plan such as this one that you'd see in front of you. Hopefully you got the same thing on your screen where you got a full access at the half-mile line. That's typically what you'd see. In the situation with Highway 100 coming across this property, that full access has been dedicated to Highway 100's use. So the city's desire was to limit Dr. Ackerson's access to a right-in, right-out only off of Minnesota Avenue, and the full access is shown on the hash mark line to this off the south end of his property, which would benefit the small acreage down there at the bottom of that plan. I don't know if you can point to that at all, perhaps. Jason, that'd be great. That's what you typically see, and that's what we're presenting for you here tonight as an alternate to what the Highway 100 is. We also had taken a chance, so that's what we're asking you to vote on tonight is more of the typical development plan that you'd see for this type of access next to an arterial street. So with 100 going in there, it becomes a non-standard plan, with 100 taking the full access off to Minnesota Avenue. So we came back and we were doing a little brainstorming, trying to find a collaborative solution. We proposed a 3/4 access on the Minnesota Avenue. We knew it was a bit of a long shot, but we also know that the ordinance and the standards allow for some discretion among city staff and decision-making. And that 3/4 access was also denied. And that's a type of access that you'd see, like for instance, off of another arterial street on Louise Avenue in front of Target. There exists one there as one example of that. So we're trying to do some things to find some common ground to get a way to move forward, but that was not fruitful. So that's why we came back, and there's a few delays, and that's why we came back to this plan. We're asking you to move forward on this plan tonight. So one thing I may ask the city, we are asking you to take action on this tonight. We're asking you to approve this plan, but if you're not, consider the fact that 3/4 access. I think there is some discretion, within the city ordinance and standards to allow that 3/4 access, and that could bring us perhaps to a conclusion on this matter. With that, I guess I'd take some questions. I think that's.
Thanks, Steve. Anyone else here to speak on this tonight? All right. Counselors, do you have any questions for staff on this one? Counselor Neitzer?
Can you just kind of maybe run the mouse over where the proposed alignment of 100 would be in relation to the plan that they have? right about there? Okay.
That's where it would be proposed to come through, and I believe the access point that they're showing on the subdivision plan has been denied by the state, and from all of our knowledge is not going to be approved by the state. They won't approve that access without Veterans Parkway or Highway 100 being in there, so.
Well, and so I mean, essentially your concern is that there would be buildings in the proposed where we would plan to have the right-of-way in the future, that there would be structures
All the way through that right away, correct?
constructed on there, and then we would have to figure it out years from now. And if you could remind me, it's been a handful of years, but when I was on the other side of this, in about 2013, sitting in the audience, I remember, and I think you were around, weren't you? Yeah. So we were doing the, sorry, I couldn't remember how long you've been here, but when the Walmart was under discussion, I remember one of the huge debates about the Walmart was they being, I guess, the neighbors, wanted a full access onto Minnesota Avenue because they wanted to direct traffic to Minnesota. They didn't want it going up towards 85th and Audi. And that ended up being a non-starter, and I believe they had to do a right in, right out because the state said you can't have a full access that close to where the future, if I remember right, where the future Highway 100 was going to be. And the whole Walmart plan that was drawn, and it actually shows the corridor, and that whole development was done with with Highway 100 with that in mind. Is that, am I more or less recollecting?
Yep, absolutely, and it's really, another major point is this whole intersection, as you know, with the comprehensive plan, we had it identified as a sub-regional employment center. One of the main reasons why we had it identified is because of Veterans Parkway, Highway 100 coming through there with the two arterial streets. And really, Dr. Ackerson's land, the proposed, or the zoning that they got on there that staff supported is C4, and the main reason for that is because Highway 100 was shown in there. If Highway 100 was out of this intersection, it never goes through there. Really, this should only be a neighborhood employment center, maybe a community, so really it should be a lot smaller than what they've got zoned and what the current plan of this whole area is.
And that brings me, you remember the raging debate about the dot?
Absolutely.
And when the dot showed up and what color dot it was, and that's to that point, whether it should have been brown and it's green and
that's 100% why that green dot showed up there was Veterans Parkway going through that area.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Jason? Counselor Staley?
So, Jason, to simplify this, first of all, why isn't this coming up as a first reading and second reading? Why is it a one-shot thing now, this resolution?
Resolutions only have one reading. It did go to the Planning Commission in October. That's the first reading. Then it comes to you guys, and it's just one reading. It's a resolution.
But we get things from the Planning Commission that go through first and second readings.
Yeah, but those are all ordinances.
Right, so.
Yep, and preliminary plans are resolutions.
So just from my perception here is that the previous map had the highway in it, and then they've redone it without the highway in it.
You guys approved a preliminary subdivision plan for Ackerson's in 2016 that had the Veterans Parkway. That's why us as staff and the Planning Commission, and I believe you guys approved it because it met all of our design criteria. It still met our major street plan. That's really one of the main issues with this whole preliminary subdivision plan is it doesn't meet our main major street plan, which means it shouldn't be approved.
Okay, Steve, would you come up can I talk to one of you guys, please? So 2016, you have the highway. Now the highway's gone.
Correct.
So you're saying really that the highway, you're kind of, no highway, right? You're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
And because if we let you do what you're going to do, there never can be a highway there.
Correct.
So you're saying we've had enough time, we don't think it's going to happen, let us go ahead and develop our property.
That's right.
So do you understand that the highway aspect is an important one?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
yeah, that's why at every turn, and Trent can chip in here too, he's been involved in a little bit longer than I have, but every turn we've met every meeting and gone to try to achieve every goal that was set in front of us. We were laid out as far as, where we could have access, where we could have access, is lay out in front of us, do this, and this is the next step. And we, we've been through all this process, and we're just not getting anywhere. It's been, I think we've been working on it for, just close to, 4 or 5 years now, our company. Al and Trent have been on it for quite some time ahead of that, so it's just, we're just not getting anywhere with getting this resolved. We're trying to make some positive movements, and so he can develop his property.
And this is just kind of getting dropped on us here. Like I said, this resolution aspect, it's a one-shot hearing. But it's also, to me, as just a novice, I'm not like Counselor Neitzer, who's really in tune with the history of this, but it's like we're going to, sometimes for the future, you have to sit and wait, So you're asking us to really bind the future of this whole project, right?
That's right, yes. Yeah, and I think the owner's position is that they have been waiting. That's why we're here tonight. So it's been quite a process to go through, and it's been, like I said, I think we've been on it for nearly 5 years, and not quite sure how long Trent is, upwards of 7 years is kind of what I'm hearing from his testimony earlier tonight. So it's been a lot of sitting and waiting. That's a long time to go through.
But you're still able to develop some of the area on the side, right? I mean, it's just that.
I'll let Trent return to that point.
Yeah, I mean, in 2016, they submitted a plan thinking they were going to move forward and, the right-of-way would be resolved. That issue hasn't been resolved yet. So to keep things moving along, and like I said, the client wanted to develop the property without having that property just held, kind of in limbo for perpetuity, so they moved forward with this alternative plan and submitted that.
But you can understand that the challenge is we're talking about this as being the connector around our community. If we let you do this, we've just stopped it.
And I believe it was Councilor Neitzer that pointed out, if the project goes forward down the road, if you guys approve the plan tonight, the project goes forward down the road, and the state decides to go forward with the project, then they would be dealing with potential new property owners at that point in time trying to acquire the right-of-way.
But there could be a building in the way.
There could be. Any other questions?
Okay, apologize. Counselor Kiley.
Thank you. Jason, could you clarify something that I think Councilor Neitzer had stated, and I just need clarification, make sure I understood properly, is some of this proposal preliminary plan, has it been impacted by the presence of Highway 100 in terms of density and type of structures built?
The zoning on this parcel that's part of the preliminary plan is based on Highway 100 being there, correct?
So if we take 100 away, then we'll have to go through a rezoning process.
Typically, we should if we take a 100 away, we probably should go through a future land use.
And I haven't heard the petitioners say that they would be in agreement with doing that and developing a new plan.
Yeah, and that's a good point also. And I kind of wanted to show you this map too, because the applicant keeps talking about they never know when it's going to happen. If you look at this, that white area, you can kind of see where Veterans Parkway, Highway 100 comes looping through it with Cliff Avenue there. That white area is area that the state has already purchased for Veterans Parkway. That's already right away. And you can see the development then to the north of this of 85th Street. They've kept that strip in there as ag for the future Veterans Parkway when the state purchases that property. So the state's already made quite a bit of investment in purchasing this corridor, and developers along this corridor south of 57th Street have left it open and done their developments around Veterans Parkway with that being in there.
And if we did take this out, as Highway 100 out of the preliminary plan, as a number of the councilors had stated, there could be obstructions to the planned route of Highway 100, which would force a deviation, the purchase of additional land, and maybe additional costs because of the deviation. And it seems logic would suggest too, so if we're going to take 100 out, then we need to go back and rezone it as well too, because it's zoned for Highway 100. So it's a little bit like I'd like my cake and eat it too situation to me as it's coming across. I guess I do have another question. Has the property owner been approached by DOT for right-of-way access? And have the negotiations taken place and they just haven't reached an agreement?
I don't want to speak for the applicant, but my understanding is the applicant and the state have been in negotiations for quite a while on the right-of-way and can't come to an agreement on the price for that right-of-way.
So that it's, and maybe Mr. Swanson
Sure.
could address that,
Sure.
so that he has the option?
Yeah, you know, I don't want to get in, Councilor Kiley, I don't want to get into details on the discussions, but like I said, there have been discussions. Jason or Shannon pointed out the state did plat off, you know, the potential South Dakota 100 right-of-way at one point in time, so they approached various landowners over the years, one of them being Dr. Ackerson himself. So he met with the DOT, like I said, it's probably 7 years ago, their initial meeting, but they keep coming back to the fact that this project's so far down the road, it's not something that they feel compelled to develop at this point in time. So you're just in that that period of time. Do you plat it like Jason was suggesting, leave the right of way open? You know, we're not opposed to the project. I mean, don't get me wrong there. It's just, you know, the client would like to develop his property is what it boils down to.
But your client has been approached by the DOT about right-of-way acquisition through his property?
We've had discussions. I mean, we've had discussions with the state, with the city.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Councilor
I was
Kylie?
just going to comment that, I mean, this has been ongoing for quite some time. I mean, when I originally ran for this council in 2014, there were comments that this was never going to take place or happen. Yet since that time, we are now going to be making the connection up on Interstate 90, which didn't exist at that time. And I mean, these developments do take time, and there's other priorities that come along too, such as the 85th Street intersection and interchange too. I am very confident that this is going to take place, and this is going to be economically important and vital to the northeast portion of Sioux Falls, the southeast, as well as the east central portion of Sioux Falls. So I'm not in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Councilor Staley.
The thing that's hopeful is that it doesn't mean it's the end of the road. You still have hope for something, right? It's not like we're denying you doing anything with that. So we don't, okay.
Don't know if that was a question, but no, I mean, the client would like to develop the property. I mean,
Right.
he's, like I said, he's a long time, he practiced in Sioux Falls, moved his family here, raised his family here. He's retired now, raised her 2 daughters. He's retired, would like to see this property get developed. I mean, that's kind of his goal now. The only thing I was going to add, at the end of the day, you know, up in the Twin Cities, there have been some projects that did start and then never went forward. And that's ultimately what we don't want to do, is develop around this right away and then end up holding it and having to figure out what you do with it then.
Well, then you can make some adjustments at that time.
But if you've already developed the property around it, the remaining 30 acres, it's difficult to develop a 9.74 acre parcel. That's,
Build a big apartment.
we'll see.
Does anyone want to make a motion on this item on the council?
Move to approve. Kylie.
Second, Nitzert.
All right, motion approved by Kylie, seconded by Nitzert. Councilor Nitzert?
And I just did that obviously to move things along. I get the frustration of an applicant, but you know, sometimes things move at the speed of government. But clearly, the public good clearly is preserving the chance for this right away. And this would be a classic example, if we were to do this, to leave a huge mess for future councils and future generations, who would then have to figure out how to clean up this mess and possibly go through eminent domain or some kind of huge problem. So. I oppose this, obviously.
All right, Councilor Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On this South Dakota Highway 100, I too have been anxious for this to happen, but I do not share your optimism, Councilor Kiley, that it will happen in our lifetime. I've seen these things happen before. We all remember Slip Up Creek, which was going to be developed to cure the water woes of Sioux Falls. And now we've given part of that Slip Up Creek land to the Veterans Cemetery, which was a good thing. I share the frustration of the developer that things are moving, as Councilor Neitzer said, at the speed of government. And I am as frustrated, and I would love to kick the state right in the keister so they could move forward with this as fast as they could, but I don't think this is going to do that. So I am going to vote along with Councilor Neitzer and to decline your request. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Kiley.
Just a little follow-up. Slip Up Creek project was a vision. It never started. This project is probably halfway to completion. So I think there's.
All right, we got a motion and a second on the floor to approve this item. So let's go ahead and take a vote on that, please.
Councilmember Sale?
No.
Starr?
No.
Staley?
No.
Brecky?
No.
Erickson?
No.
Kylie?
No.
Neitzer?
No.
All right, that item fails 0-7. Councilor Neitzer, will you grab Councilor Selberg? And we'll move on to item 79.
Item 79, a resolution amending the 2019-2023 capital program to increase funding for CIP 19002, new parking facility.
Good evening, Sean.
Good evening, Council. Sean Pritchard with the Director of Finance. Here today to present a resolution to amend the capital program for the new parking ramp, otherwise known as Village on the River. The increase requested for the project for the capital program is $1.5 million. This represents about a 7% increase in the overall project construction budget. I'm going to provide a brief background information on the parking fund and on the construction of this project, discuss the original project's construction budget, which has remained unchanged since the council originally approved the developer agreement back in November of 2017. I will then discuss how much has been dispersed to date and from which sources, from bond funds versus cash. We'll walk through the revised project construction budget, how this would change if the resolution is accepted this evening, break down the various attached anticipated uses of the new funding requested, conclude with a discussion of the outlook for the cash flow of the Parking Enterprise Fund. The only action before you tonight is the proposed resolution to amend the capital program. Since there is no taxpayer dollars associated with this proposed project in terms of funding the request before you, a supplemental appropriation is not required for council action. This is similar to all city enterprise funds that are not taxpayer supported. I know many of you are well versed in the history of this parking ramp, so this slide is primarily for public consumption to kind of bring everyone up to speed as to where we are at today. The city of Sioux Falls' parking system has been in operation for nearly 60 years, and that started with a river parking ramp that was constructed in 1962, was subsequently torn down in about 2012 after 50 years of ongoing operations. When we look at parking ramps and why we have a parking system for downtown, we see it as infrastructure. So as we build arterial roads for the outer portions of our community, and we see that as vital infrastructure for commercial and residential development, so is our parking ramp system for downtown Sioux Falls in terms of promoting density and ensuring that we have the parking available to promote commercial development in our downtown core areas. Over the years, we have built a new parking ramp typically every 10 years or expanded a parking ramp. It has been about 20 years since the last parking ramp has been built in Sioux Falls and by the public parking system, and that was the ramp at 8th and Dakota that was built in 2000. Parking studies were engaged in 2007 and 2014, and in the 2014 study, it is estimated that the community of downtown would need at least 2,100 additional off-street public parking spaces over the next 20 years. This is probably not a surprising fact, especially if you look at the last 5 years since this study had been developed, and what we would call a high degree of growth that we have seen in the downtown area over the last several years in particular. With several city ramps at capacity, near this very core area. The development of this new parking ramp is viewed as critical to supporting the growth and expansion of our downtown. And in that 2014 study, of the 3 sites that they had primarily looked at as for locations for this site, the site that was decided upon and was eventually began construction is a site that is located where it is presently located for Village on the River, and the construction and it was decided at that time to construct a mixed-use facility that would include 525 parking spaces and would include the construction of a multi-story hotel over above the parking ramp, as well as 3 stories of retail alongside the south side of the parking ramp. Earlier this year, the agreement with the developer was terminated, which brings us to where we are at tonight in terms of completion of the existing parking ramp as a standalone facility. The construction budget for the parking ramp has remained at $20.6 million since it was originally approved back in November of 2017. This included $4.1 million in cash that was to be the city's participation in the parking ramp construction for the parking ramp portion. This is cash that was going to be coming from the parking enterprise fund. In 2018, bonds were also issued in the amount of $18.5 million, of which $16.5 million is to be utilized for the construction of the new parking ramp, and the remainder, the $2 million, help paid for the issuance costs, the capitalized interest, but most of that also went into a reserve fund that we are required as part of our bond. In issuing the bonds, we have 1 year of payments held in reserve that pays the last payment on the bonds. As a city, we typically borrow on shorter terms in comparison to many other municipalities. For reference purposes, this was a 15-year bond, so it is expected to be retired by 2032. We began repayment on this bond in November of 2018, so we are currently in our 2nd year of repayment on the existing bonds that are outstanding. This slide shows the amount of cash and bond proceeds that we have expended to date and those that we continue to have encumbered to date. This is relative to the original $20.6 million construction budget. So we've expended $2.4 million of the $4.1 million in cash from the parking fund that was going to be injected into the project. And you can see there's $1.7 million still encumbered and committed to the project to pay for the original budgeted project items. Of the bond proceeds, we have expended approximately $14.3 million to date. We have $2.2 million that are still held. Again, these are encumbered and committed to the original construction project budget, while we await additional pay requests as part of that budget to expend those funds to come to the $20.6 million total. With the request that is in front of you tonight, the request is to increase the total budget within the capital program by $1.5 million. This would be in the form of cash. The source of this cash would again be the Parking Enterprise Fund by increasing its cash contribution from $4.1 million to $5.6 million. Again, this is cash coming from the Parking Enterprise Fund. These are not taxpayer dollars, but relative. They are funds that have been accumulated by this fund over time, and they are generated from parking fees, fines, and so forth that are within the self-generating revenues of the parking fund enterprise. I'd also reference then, with the original construction budget being at $20.6 million, with the amendment of $1.5 million, it would bring the total to $22.1 million. I'm going to spend a little bit of time now kind of walking you through each of the expenses of what all encompasses the request for the $1.5 million. Certain elements of the parking ramp project required redesign due to the termination of the development agreement. As a result of that redesign, certain changes need to be undertaken to ensure that the parking ramp can open for occupancy absent the additional development above the ramp in the near term. The various categories of additional costs are summarized in this slide, and I'm going to, as I noted, I'm going to walk you through them individually. First item is the general changes in scope of approximately $304,000, and this includes general changes to the project, many of which relate to the need to the structure being a standalone ramp. Items include adding a vestibule to the elevator, one of the many elevators that were included as part of this project, but particularly the elevator that is to serve the parking ramp. Roughing in for security cameras, additional sidewalk replacement along Mall Avenue, infill openings on the ground level that would have led from the parking ramp to the retail facility to be constructed on the south side of the parking ramp. Installation of conduit below the concrete slab to allow running utilities to the retail space. So this is just essentially conduit, making sure we put the conduit so we could allow for eventual development of that retail space, and so we don't have to pull up the concrete slab again to put that in it further. So there was an additional cost related to that particular item. This also includes capping of the columns in the top of the parking ramp, so there was exposed rebar at the top of those columns, where it was expected that we would continue on with the construction going forward as part of the private development project. That is exposed to the weather and would cause deterioration. So what occurs is we put a temporary concrete over those pieces to cap off each of those columns and ensure that can be removed in the future when that is further developed going forward as a private development. The category also includes updating certain modifications to piping or discharging stormwater from the facility by upsizing drains in the piping. This occurs because the original parking ramp was designed to have a building on top that would have had its own stormwater, essentially discharge systems. Without that, of course, it is exposed to all of the weather elements, including rain and so forth, that will require additional drainage from the top of that roof. And so we had to, it necessitates increasing the size of those drains in the piping in order to deal with that stormwater discharge. This category would have been even higher, although we did receive about $170,000 in cost savings with the cost. There was an allowance in there for the purchase of parks equipment, so PARCS equipment. That's essentially the revenue parking control systems, so the pieces that you would go to enter your licensing and so forth information if you weren't a leased tenant there, but were maybe parking for a couple hours or so forth. So that revenue control system, the cost for that equipment came in significantly below what the allowance was in the original project budget. So there was about $170,000 in savings that reduces it down to a $300,000 change order increase. Civil modifications, as you can see there, is about $62,000. What this actually includes is additional work to the 10th Street. So 10th Street, some additional pavement work, having to put in the curb and gutter, sidewalk, earthwork and grading of that as a temporary solution due to the delay in the development of the retail portion of the project on the south side of the ramp. So many of these costs, again, were expected to be covered through the private development portions, but in order to be able to put that sidewalk in temporarily while we open the facility and complete that portion of the project, that's an additional cost as well. MEP modifications is approximately $50,000. And what this stands for is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing modifications. So the primary thing that's going to be appearing in this category is the need for a generator that is needed for life and safety requirements. This expense was originally to be covered by the developer as part of the private development portion of the project, but this generator is necessary both for the parking ramp and the development that was to be constructed above the parking ramp. The generator costs are actually much higher than the $50,000 that you see here. But again, we have a project scope reduction here, and that we have removed the sprinkler system from the ramp as part of the project costs, which is presently not needed due to there not being a development on top of the ramp. So there's the capability of adding the sprinkler system in the future, but again, as we're trying to minimize the additional cost for the ramp, that portion is not needed at this time and has been removed from the project scope. Infill developer openings, this is by far the largest expense as it relates to several items. But what this is predominantly includes is construction of vestibules around all the remaining elevators that were to service the hotel above the parking ramp. So if you see the parking ramp, you'll see a lot of open pit areas where the elevators were supposed to be. There is no vestibules because they were to be constructed by the private development portion of that, but that's on every single level. So that is exposed right now, creates a safety issue. We cannot take occupancy without looking or dealing with that particular issue. We've looked at several different alternatives with the contractor of Journey Construction and even options to try to reduce the cost. Ultimately, masonry walls and infills to complete these was seen to be the most appropriate choice for doing this. Additional items that need to be covered in this portion as well as structural supports on the columns at the top to maintain the structural integrity, absent development to the top of the ramp. This portion also includes capping of the exposed stairwells and over the elevator systems because as Because there's a building on top, it wasn't necessary to cap or roof these particular areas, but because they are now open and exposed to the elements, they do require roofing in that portion and capping those stairwells as well as making necessary modifications for hanging of the precast exterior facade components. So there's various portions, the way this was architecturally structured, some of those facade precast components that hang on the side were intended to hang on the pieces that would have been essentially the building that was being built up from the parking ramp. Because that did not occur, they have to make some modifications to that in order to hang those final remaining pieces of those precast facade components. The last piece is demobilization for approximately $470,000. There was certain costs for demobilization as major construction components. This includes demobilization of the construction crane, as well as primarily the concrete contractor, so the removal of all the forms and the demobilization of that contractor. It was the intent of the city that we would cover mobilization costs and the private developer would have handled demobilization. But it clearly, with absent the additional development, that wasn't a feasible option. The total anticipated cost of the contemplated change orders necessary to complete the parking ramp are approximately $1.63 million. We have $137,000 left as part of our owner contingency, so that is deducted there to avoid double counting those costs in terms of the whole capital program or the whole capital project costs. So the request before you brings you to the $1.5 million. Next piece that I want to show you is the forecast model for the parking fund. And so we've been going through this very rigorously over the last several months, weeks, and in particular in preparation for this presentation in the last several days, including various number of individuals from within the finance staff who has been looking at these numbers. Some of the assumptions that I want you to be aware of is we try to be very conservative in terms of this cash flow forecast. First, we project flat growth in 2020 and 2021, and only a conservative 1% growth thereafter starting in 2022 for the parking system. Again, there is expectations that we would see natural growth, especially as a result of being able to open and occupy this facility. But in terms of making projections, we wanted to keep this very conservative and kept that as a flat growth rate in 2020 so you can see the impact on the parking enterprise fund. All the increases that are proposed in terms of rates remain unchanged from where we were a couple of years ago when this project was first being looked at. So the rate changes are not being modified as a result of the request for the additional $1.5 million. Those rate increases for lease rates were anticipated to be $2 increases in the years of 2020 through 2022 and $1 per leasee thereafter per month. This model also projects a quarter increase in the meter fees on the on-street parking for the year of 2021 and again in the year 2024. All of these rates are within the rate maximums that have been approved by ordinance by the City Council, and that would essentially take us with rate increases and provide capacity through 2024. Again, I want to reiterate there's no change to the modeling of what these rate increases were, no increases as a result of the increased cash that we're putting in toward the project. Wanted to show you here in 2018, so we started with the beginning cash of approximately $5.4 million. We, of course, had the expectation that we were going to be drawing that down because that was there specifically for the purpose of injecting funds into this project. So you can see we had a net operating income of about $1.3 million in 2018. We paid debt service of $1.1 million, and we committed cash of $1.9 million in that year toward the construction of this particular parking ramp. That left us with an available balance of $3.7 million, which rolls into 2019. We are currently anticipating a net operating income of about $1.5 million for the parking fund for 2019. We have a $1 million in debt service payments for this year, and then we project $2.1 million additional injection into these projects, so that brings you to that original essentially $4.1 million that was with some rounding going into this project originally. In 2020, excuse me, you see we project starting the year with about $2 million in cash. We have $1.6 million in net operating income. debt service of $1.7 million, and the $1.5 million injection there that you see is the $1.5 million that we're requesting in terms of the change of the total project scope here tonight. So while we hope to begin moving forward with these additional changes within this year, between when the timing of the pay request coming in, it's not anticipated that the cash would actually go out until 2020. Leaves us with a remaining balance of approximately $400,000. Over the next several years, using these conservative assumptions in terms of growth, you can see that we do begin project to rebuild some of the available cash in the fund over that time period as we go through 2024. The last thing I want to point out is what's shown in 2021 under project cash spent or committed. So you see actually a reverse of $300,000 coming in. So with these CMAR contracts, we have an owner's contingency, but there's also a contractor contingency. And approximately right now, there's in excess of about $500,000 of contractor contingency that remains with the project. Those are not utilized, and there's very specific requirements around the contractor and what they can or cannot utilize those for. Those savings come back to the city at the completion of the project. At this time and in our discussions, we feel at a minimum we're going to see at least $300,000 returned to the city as a result of this, and I think we could probably see much more. As we are nearing completion of the project and we have our hands around the final cost for getting it open, the risk of utilizing any more of that contractor contingency begins to reduce. And so we've conservatively put in $300,000. We will also are in discussions with Journey, who is our CMAR, to potentially just release that $300,000 as part of this amendment for the additional work to complete the parking ramp. And so those conversations continue to be ongoing. But based on our conversation we've had, we feel that they're going to be comfortable making an amendment to release that $300,000. We may actually see that in 2020 instead of in 2021. In closing, I just want to leave you with a couple of comments. While additional funds are obligated for the project for the parking fund, again, I want to reiterate that no taxpayer funding to date has been dedicated toward this project, nor is additional taxpayer funding being proposed at this time. The $1.5 million increase is fully funded within the parking lot or the parking enterprise model. No change in courses in terms of the parking lot model at all. The rate increases are not proposed to adjust from what they had been contemplated previous to tonight's request, or as they had been contemplated previous to even the termination of the private portion of the project. We've built in a moderate and a very conservative increase in customer demand. It does not rely upon a major increase in the customer base to support the new parking ramp. We do, with approval of this, moving full speed ahead, we do anticipate that the new ramp would achieve occupancy within the spring of 2020. So spring takes us into June of next year, but it is hoped with positive weather conditions and with being able to move forward with this quickly here, that we could maybe move that up within a few months. And that really fulfills our commitment that we made and that the council made in general, and as a city we have made, to getting this parking ramp open in a timely basis, and that meeting the expectations of those who anticipate utilizing the ramp, those of and those of the surrounding properties who have expectations of being able to begin utilizing this ramp for parking in the near future. With that, I will stand by and be happy to answer any questions that I can for you this evening.
All right, thanks, Sean. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this topic tonight?
Tim Stanga. First thing, everybody talks about this parking ramp and how it looks. For the money we got into it, it really looks like crap. We could have went with precast. I could remember a couple city councilors complaining that if we go precast, it's not gonna look good, it's not gonna be able to hold, it's not gonna be able, but yet we brought Gage Brothers in, and Gage Brothers said that precast was just as good as being poured. Precast was cheaper than what we got today. This is something that I'm hoping that this city council might learn on, that when the citizens have to come up with a bond, that the developer has to come up with the same bond at the same time. So the money is here and the project goes forward. But as a taxpayer, I absolutely do not want to pay for one parking spot downtown. I don't go downtown. I won't pay for a parking spot downtown. And I sure in the heck don't want to pay for a parking spot that I don't even go downtown on. This is something that has not been thought through. This is something that should have never went through. And it's totally people that think about themselves and what they're going to get out of it. Because once you're out of city council, don't worry, we will take care of you because of what you have done to the citizens and everybody in this town. You got to be ashamed.
Anybody else here to speak on this topic tonight?
Good evening, everybody. It's first
Good
time
evening.
here for a meeting. I am enjoying myself. That's why I'm still here.
Good.
This was an issue I wanted to
Can you state your name, sir?
Oh, excuse me, Robert Dickey.
All right.
Lifelong resident. I see the need for maybe more money, but in the process, are you guys trying to work with like maybe Lloyd Company or somebody that knows what's going on in this city to get that built on top so it doesn't look like a castle that's ready to cave in? It's bad. I mean, people coming in from the east down 10th Street Bridge, once you get past the bank, you look over and go, ugh. That's not reflecting on our city's beauty at all. It's pretty much all I got to say.
All right, thanks, Robert.
Work with developers, try to get
All right, thanks, Robert. Anyone else here to speak on this topic tonight? All right, council, questions for Sean. I'm going to start with Councilor Selberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sean, if this is a question for you, what is the timeline for these projects to be done if this is approved?
As far as the parking ramp, again, the timeline that we've been given is that we can still achieve occupancy by spring if we can move forward with this request and work toward completion based on the additional items that we have to get completed for this ramp. There's possibility that that could move up. I don't want to set expectations too far ahead, but if whether we're accommodating, we're able to get materials in fairly quickly and continue based on making sure the subcontractors can be scheduled accordingly. We have some optimism that it would be before the June 1st. Originally, the date was June 1st for full occupancy. That had been the original date in the schedule that had been put together early on for this project. I think we could still work toward meeting that date.
What kind of damage could we see to the structure of that, or what are we worried about if we didn't pass this? What could happen to this, and could it still open?
It cannot open because of just the health and safety requirements that are around it. First of all, we couldn't achieve occupancy because we don't have a generator that supports like the elevator should the power go out and making sure. So the way this thing was designed, it does require a generator in order to achieve that occupancy. Other items like being able to cap those stairwells, we can't have obviously a lot of open areas where you have people falling in. So those have to be protected, they have to be enclosed. And it makes sense to do it correctly and do it the right way. And then when we do see future development on that site, you know, we hope to recapture some of those expenses that we might have to put into it as part of future development because we've already incurred those expenses up front. But they are going to be critical. We do need to make sure that those areas are enclosed beforehand. So those are the main things in terms of protecting it, and then making sure we get sealants on and so forth so that it protects it from the elements going forward.
And it has to be done to be opened.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Mayor. Councilor Starr.
Yes, thank you. You happen to be at the podium, so you get the brunt of this, unfortunately. This is why we do these things in informationals. There is way too much information to digest at 10:50 at night. And I specifically asked for this information last week. And then it shows up, we get it now at the meeting. Were there other counselors today that were briefed, offered tours, and got other information than some of us received?
We had been outreached by several counselors had outreached to us, and so we did invite them in to discuss these because they just had concerns about having enough information.
Did you invite myself or Counselor Staley or Counselor Brecky to be involved in any of the tours or information?
I'm not aware of doing any tours per se, so if there were tours, I wasn't involved in any of those tours.
Were there tours offered this afternoon of the facility?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's where I'm going to start. I'm going to yield the rest of my questions.
All right, other questions for Sean on this from the council? Okay, Councilor Kiley.
Well, first of all, I wasn't involved in any meetings or offered any meetings, just want to make that clear. The issue is that this was not planned. It was not planned as a standalone facility. We are where we are because the private portion of this development is not taking place and has not taken place. And as you mentioned, because of safety reasons, we really have very little choice but to go through, as well as in protecting our investment too. We have, at least in my opinion, we have very little choice to follow through and make some of these changes to protect our investment. Otherwise, it's going to deteriorate and we end up putting more money into it at a later time. It's one of those situations where, I know which way I need to vote, but it's kind of one of those situations where you hold your nose and cast the vote. It's necessary. It's not wanted, but it's necessary. Not to vote affirmative on this would be to cut your nose off to spite your face. So it's just, we are where we are, very unfortunately. It is good to know and learn that the cash is coming from the parking enterprise funds so that we're not tapping any of the other first, second penny or any other tax source. I do agree that this information could have been more forthcoming, and I'm not going to, certainly not laying the blame on you, but this is a lot of information to digest. And certainly if somebody has requested it on this council, I believe it should be then made available to that council member, if not the entire council. It just, 1.5 million is a sizable amount on a controversial project. And I think that information would have gone a long way to help resolve some of the angst that exists here this evening. Thank you.
Councilor Erickson.
I'm going to echo some of the previous statements as well, but also have a question in it as I go through. I understand the need to cap and protect this investment. It's really the right thing to do. If we don't, there could be further damage, and in the end, it's going to cost us more than $1.5 million. And so I agree that while it's a challenge that we don't want to put in those enterprise funds, which are user funds, I understand the need and the desire to do that with the ultimate goal of seeking future development on this project. The last thing we want to do is see that just sit it is the way it is. Is there my question then is there an urgency to approve this tonight? What's the timeline? What are we looking at as far as giving us a week to digest the information a little bit further?
The main urgency is unfortunately we're at a period where we're heading into winter, and anytime you're heading into winter, it does present additional challenges in terms of construction. You're dealing with shorter days, colder work environments, obviously lower productivity. We have as many as potentially 300 customers that have been waiting for this parking ramp to open. And so we feel like there's a commitment toward them, toward the community, toward the surrounding property owners to move this forward as diligently as possible. I certainly appreciate and recognize the concerns with the information. I appreciate the fact that it's a lot to digest. And I do want any counselor to know that if you ever asked to meet with me, we would make every effort to meet with you in regard to this project and in regard to any questions that you'd have about this project. Because I do think that's important to share, and I recognize the sensitive nature of this. and share Councilor Kiley's, I don't want to be here asking for additional funds for this project. It wasn't the anticipated way that this project would necessarily go, but we also recognize that preserving, the faster that we can move forward, the faster we're able to preserve the $20 million investment that we're already making into this facility. And again, really trying to make the commitment to moving this forward as quickly as possible so we can achieve that occupancy as soon as possible as well.
And I certainly appreciate that. The reservation that I have is that this information was asked for well over a week. And so to not get it until today in more detail when clearly it existed, because a number of $1.5 million isn't going to be just plucked out of the air. There certainly was information behind it, and I understand the sensitive nature, and I gave some additional options as far as how that could be shared. But asking for a week and then not getting it today is just unacceptable in my opinion. It's just not okay for us as a council to be able to really dive in and be okay with recognizing the need, but just wanting the details behind that. So I appreciate the information tonight. I wouldn't be opposed to delaying this a week to be able to dive in a little bit deeper.
Other discussion amongst council, questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd move
I'm going to
approval.
call on Councilor Steele first.
Okay, Jim, come on over. So here's the deal for me. First of all, Sean Pritchett has been you've been so good. Thank you so much for throughout my time with you. You've always been right up on top of things and upfront with me. The issue here, the top priority, in my opinion, is transparency. And that issue and that lack of transparency has been the problem with this since it emerged over 2 years ago. And, if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're going to keep repeating our mistakes. I sent this notice out before we voted on this thing. Your city council is considering an intimate partnership with Legacy Development. And this, by the way, I understand this made some of my colleagues angry that I sent this to our constituents, hoping at that time they would be pounding on the doors, so to speak, of my colleagues saying, let's slow this thing down. Let's vet this thing out. And we did have great public input on the times that we were addressing this. I said the city's share will be $20.6 million. The same, Sean, you and I agree on that one. Legacy Development will pay $30 million. It is imperative that you contact the city council with your concerns about using your $20.6 million on the multi-use parking ramp. And let me say that, Sean, you did say it's not taxpayer money, but it is the taxpayers' money. Those people who are paying the parking ramp are taxpayers. Yes, is it a fee? Is it a parking meter? Yes, but it's still their money that's going into this thing. Fact number one, the ramp will be paid for by user fees from the parking facilities and meters downtown. If this revenue source falls short, fees will be raised. And now I'm going to add, if the revenue falls short, I believe that parking lots will be sold as well, flat space parking lots. Fact number two, the second penny is pledged as collateral in the event that the parking facilities and meter revenue falls short. The second penny is used for street maintenance, is already pledged to debt payment for the event center and administration building. Fact number three, downtown employees need more parking. This $20.6 million proposition only nets 390 new parking spaces, a costly solution to a parking need. And I got the 390 because I subtracted the spots we lost. There was a flat space parking lot there that I think had like 130 spaces. So we lost those, and then we got this 500 and some, and then we had to take that away. Fact number four, who are the investors? This was the real transparency thing. Who are the investors in this unique public-private partnership? The city says those names will be confidential. The public has a right to know who we are doing business with. I kept pounding on that. And then I said to these people, here's the vote's December 5th, call your mayor and your city council, give your input. So now this comes up that we need another $1.5 million. which, by the way, Counselor Starr and I tried to stop this. We brought, after the initial vote, we brought forth an ordinance trying to repeal the sale of the bonds, just to slow it down. But we couldn't slow it down. We had to keep it going, go, 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 go. And I'm going to use this word, I'm going to say it, I've said it before, and I'm not saying this in a sexual connotation, but we were ramrodding it. And this happens over and over and over again, where we don't step back and vet things out. And so Starr and I tried to do it. The council voted to go forward with it anyway, and then we brought out a new investor at the time, and this whole thing just seemed real, to me, in my gut, it was like, it just didn't feel right. There were too many questions. And during the mayoral race, Mr. Mayor Tenhagen, this issue came up and everybody was agreeing. This thing was ramrodded through. It was not vetted properly. So please bear with me when I have hesitations about these things moving forward. And you just want to use a little common sense. So now we're being asked to put another 1.5 million in, and my inclination is, whoa, wait a minute. The public is not buying onto this. I don't care if it's a taxpayer dollar or taxpayers dollar. It's all being supported by our citizens. And so I did tell Kello TV, I see they're here, but I said I would like to have an audit of the system to make sure everything is healthy and being used as it should be, and that we can be viable moving forward, even if this thing never has development built on top of it. But I'm not satisfied with what the 1.5 million is being defined with here. So what I'd like to do, I agree with Councilor Erickson that I think we need to defer this, and I'd like to have a tour. I think we should all go down to that facility, and I want you to point out these are the things that need to be remedied. This is the cost factor. Because if it was up to me, I would make a motion that we lower that 1.5 million to, let's bring that down to maybe, we'll give you 200,000. You cap those things off, just get it so we can have people parking in there. And then when the new developer comes in, once we are able to negotiate that, then they can do this. They can take care of the rest of it. But we don't want to be doing anything that is going to be costly and then have to be redone down the road. So I would like to do that. I'd like to defer this, and I'd like to have a tour of what's going on there. So I'm going to be making a motion to do that after everybody's.
That's good. Other discussion, council? All right, does someone want to, Councilor Brecky?
I think this is probably as good a time as any for me to discuss this, and it's an ongoing concern, and it's happened, recently, far too many times that we're not getting information until the very last minute. That is, not only is the council not getting information, and we expect, are the ones that are expected to pass these things, but when we don't get it, the public doesn't get it either. The public doesn't have a chance to digest this at this moment and have a connection with us. This is the public meeting, and yet, we're being hit with it and the public's being hit with it at the first, this is really the first time that we know what this money is going to be spent on. I would say this, Mayor, you weren't here, I wasn't here, Erica wasn't here, Sean wasn't here, Jeff Eckhoff wasn't here, Stacy wasn't here, Kurt Sale was not here when this project was approved. And, but we're here now. And it's obviously become a big problem that is our problem, that we're going to be responsible for finding the solutions to. Without any challenge or, I would give complete deference to my other council members and however you voted on this problem, that's not an issue with me. You all voted the way you voted on it. But I would say this, when this was going on, I was regularly attending these meetings and sitting in the audience as a candidate. And one of the things that was glaringly apparent to me was that the council and the public was not getting adequate information. And it was not only on this issue, but a lot of other issues as well. So now when I am here at the other side of the table and I see that pattern continue to happen, it was only a couple weeks ago I was sitting there with a contract nobody else had, that I asked for at 4 o'clock from our staff person. He said he called and he was able to get it, but sometimes he's not able to get it. And the Argus Leader was not able to get it. You know, this can't keep happening. This is unacceptable. So, you know, how we got here, I don't care to rehash it, but the fact that we are here in the future, the one thing that we can change is getting this information to us in a reasonable fashion, in an adequate manner, so that we have a chance to not only do our job and ask the questions, but hear from the public who sometimes challenges us to ask better questions and who gets engaged because they've got opinions about the information that we're receiving. So, you know, I just think it's really important on a go-forward basis, particularly with this issue, that we get the information in an adequate time. And I would, you know, support a motion to defer. You know, everything you said probably is going to completely bear itself out. But again, the public's just heard this for the first time. The media's just got it for the first time. I might get some phone calls. They might have some questions they want me to ask. I want that opportunity. I want the public to know that we are studying this and we're going to try to do it in the most reasonable, open way possible. We're going to try to fix this thing openly. And we're going to have, you know, we're going to properly vet things. And, you know, my concerns going forward, you know, in addition to getting this information out to myself and to the council members and the public is, yes, we need we need to make the structure a standalone, and we need to preserve the opportunities to develop it. Those are our goals. I think that's easy enough, that's what we all need to do. But how we do it is going to be deeply scrutinized, and I think we've got to do a better job of making the public come along with us as we go forward. And so I would support a motion to defer.
All right, I'm hearing the potential motion to defer, potential motion to approve. Does someone want to make a motion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilor Sale, and it's seconded by Councilor Kiley. Did you second that? Okay. Okay, is there additional discussion on this item, Councilor Sale?
Mr. Mayor and fellow council members, I know we can all be frustrated at the place that we're in now, and Councilor Brecky was right, some of us were not here when this was started. But here we are. None of us are structural engineers on this council. None of us are contractors, to my knowledge, approved by the city. So what the city people and the administration have come up with, what we need to complete this so it is usable, so that we can park in this. We have to fulfill our obligation to the citizens of Sioux Falls to make it a parking ramp. That's what we said we would be liable for. So we have to move forward, whether it be this week or next week. We can all be pissed at the administration for not getting us information when we wanted to. That does not change what we're going to vote on tonight. We have to put a cap on this property so that we can save our investment for future development. If it works out that the current litigations and things that are going on doesn't come to a resolution, hopefully somebody else will step forward at some time and put something on top of there. But in the meantime, tonight, before tomorrow morning, we should move forward and get this thing done. If we wait till next week, if we wait till next month, we're just diminishing the value of that structure going forward. So let's move forward. We're going to do it. That we can take the administration to task next week, tomorrow, whenever we want to do it. So that's why I say let's move forward. Let's get this thing done, and we'll handle the rest of it later. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Neitzer?
Councilor Sale is absolutely right, and I'll be completely transparent. I actually contacted the administration today, and I said, hey, could you give me a little more detail on this? It wasn't like they selectively picked people. I wanted more information, and I said, hey, could you just sit down with me real quick? And we sat down and we went through it. So there was no, you know, they weren't cherry picking and saying, oh, let's invite, you know, Counselor Neitzer over and just give him the information. I tried to do due diligence. I got some information, and I saw exactly what you saw there. And I would throw out, regardless of whether you got it tonight or you got it 6 hours ago, Counselor Sale hit the nail on the head. We are not engineers. We're not construction people. What are we going to do if we walk through the ramp? You want to tour the ramp? Fine, go tour the ramp. But we're going to substitute, we're not contractors. We're going to substitute our expertise, which is none, to say, oh no, that you know, you could do that a different way. You could put up plywood, or you could do this, that, or the other thing. Completely ridiculous. We have no qualifications to be making those sorts of calls. We're policy people. We're budget people. We don't make operational decisions. We don't stand on site and tell somebody how to, you know, how to do a construction project or build a building. That's not our role, nor do we have the qualifications to do it. We need to get this thing moving. We need to keep it on schedule. Delaying it, I mean, honestly, you saw that line item list. So what are you planning to do with that list? Are you going to second guess what the contractor has come up with and what they've collaboratively worked with? I mean, it would be like me trying to, you know, no, let me step in and just help you with the surgery that you're going to do on my spouse. I think I'd like to, you know, help you with that or micromanage that. It's just ridiculous. It stinks. I get it, but we need to get this thing done and move it forward.
All right, thank you, Counselor.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to
Counselor Erickson?
I agree that we need to support the $1.5 million, but I also agree that I'm not okay getting information at noon today. And let's be honest, we asked for it last Tuesday and didn't get it until today. That's the problem. You chose to go and meet, that's fine. I'm fine with that. You were also asked to brief, and that didn't happen. And so my point through this is, when I ask for the information, I want it. I want to get the information so I can make an educated vote, period. I want to protect our investment. I do. This is about protecting the investment that's there in an unfortunate circumstance that we're in right now. I want nothing more than every single person in this city to see a fabulous, huge hotel and just a grandiose development. The property taxes that come in, the extra parking, the development that it spurs around there. We all want to see that. But when I have to vote on something and justify my vote, I need the numbers and the detailed information behind it, period, end of story. That's what this is about for me and nothing more. I will be supporting the $1.5 million going forward, but in the future, I hope we can do better than this.
Okay, other discussion, Counselor?
Mayor.
Counselor Starr?
I move to defer this item to Tuesday, November 12th.
Second, Brecky.
All right, there's a motion to defer to, what was the date, November 12th, you said?
Yeah, next Tuesday.
November 12th, and seconded by Counselor Brecky. Counselor Neitzer.
Once again, I get the frustration. I think you've all made your point of your displeasure, but I don't know what delaying it and just harming the project, what that accomplishes over and above what you've already said. I think you made clear what you wanted to make clear. Let's not cause issues with the project. Let's just keep it moving.
Counselor Brecky.
I would disagree. This is not about displeasure. This is about doing your job. We need to be doing our job in front of the public with the information fully available so that so that it can be scrutinized, so that it can be properly vetted. Please don't tell me that I'm asking too much when I ask for a week to get information. I don't believe I am doing my job unless I have the information in an adequate time in order to make a good informed decision. And 1 week is not going to hurt anything one bit. And it's just this pattern that's continuing that we see. We have this false sense of urgency all the time. And it's got to stop. And I think it should stop today. Stop today, pause for a week. Like Councilmember Erickson, I have every expectation that I'm going to support it. But I think that we owe it to the public before we make decisions like this to do our job and get the information before we make a decision.
Thank you. Counselor Kiley.
Again, I can see the need, and I'm not questioning the 1.5 million request. I don't see that there's a lot of fluff in there. However, I am going to honor the request of a deferral of a week because I am concerned of the lack of the information when the information was requested. So I will be supporting that motion.
All right, let's go ahead and take a vote on the motion to defer this item 1 week to November 12th.
Councilmember Selberg?
No.
Council Sale?
No.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
Kylie?
Yes.
Nitzert?
No.
All right, the motion to defer passes 5-3. So we will revisit this next week, and we'll move on to item 80.
Item 80, a resolution advising and giving consent to the appointment of members to certain citizen boards.
Any of these folks here tonight with us? Where we're appointed boards? All right. Anyone from the public here to speak on this? All right, can I get a motion on this, council?
Move to approve?
Second, Starr.
All right, motion approved by Kiley and seconded by Starr. Let's take a vote on this, please.
Councilmember Selberg?
Yes.
Sale? Yes. Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
Kylie?
Yes.
Nitzert?
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Any new business, council?
Move to adjourn, Starr.
All right. Motion to adjourn by Starr and seconded by Council Erickson. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Have a good night.